The following is a presentation of Sertoba Media and Comey Media Incorporated. It looks like a contender has a little bit of breathing room on top. Which contender I'm talking about? We'll uncover that and more next. This is Total Football Talk. Welcome to Total Football Talk. Hard-hitting, grind, action, news, and fun, just the way you like it. I'm one of the co-hosts of this program, Cole Johnson, a.k.a. the Mad Scientist and the EP Extraordinaire, and I am joined, as always, by the other co-hosts of this program. Let me see, Mr. D. Willie in the evening, Mr. Commander's Gridiron Report, soon to be again, Mr. In or Out. Of course, we're talking about the man who is full of the D. Willie Bucks, D. Willie, a.k.a. Drew Willingham. How you doing, my man?
Hey, I'm doing well enough to be here, brother. I appreciate it. Appreciate all of you out there have been hanging on, waiting for us to get here. I'm a little under the weather today. Had an eventful weekend, and that's right, Cole. In or Out is back as of last night. 105 was last night, 8 o'clock, as well as Commander's Gridiron Report. Definitely been a busy past few days, but you can find In or Out back on January 8th as we're taking the next 2 weeks off on Mondays for the holidays.
All right, well,
You've got Christmas and New Year's, right after back to back. So
that's true.
Everybody's gonna be watching that stuff on this. They're gonna be watching holiday movies and stuff and the countdown. If Total Football, if the holiday was on Tuesday, we probably do the same thing with this. It'll happen next.
Yeah, probably so. Yeah, more than likely, that's what we would do. All right. So I think it's time for us to go on our opening drive.
All right, let's go. We got trips, right? At 42, 989. On two. Ready?
All right, and just a reminder, the teams that were on bye were none of them. That's right. We are done with the byes. Everybody is playing from this point forth until January the 8th. And now we are excited. 7th, I'm sorry. And we are now excited to just simply trudge forward on the official stretch drive of the NFL season. Man, let's get this Thursday night game. I might as well run this on a loop. I mean, that thing was horrible, horrendous, terrible. Oh my gosh. Goodness gracious. Horrible. The Chargers and the Raiders renewed hostilities, or should I say one team renewed hostilities. The other team was praying that the guy who was leading them got to go, because the score was 42-0 at the half. Yes, the Raiders destroyed the Chargers 63-21. Okay, let me go through it. All right, Aiden O'Connell, 20 of 34, 248 yards and 4 touchdowns. Oh, good Lord. Devontae Adams, 8 receptions, 101 yards and a touchdown. The Raiders defense, Malcolm Koonce had 2 of the 3 sacks that the defense got him. They also got an INT and 4 fumble recoveries. Easton Stick for the Chargers, who were subbing in for Justin Herbert, 23 32, 257 yards, 3 touchdowns, and a horrible pick that the Raiders defense just read the play. Oh, he also had 2 carries for 11 yards. And Joshua Palmer, oh, good Lord, 4 receptions, 113 yards, touchdown. Oh, good Lord. I slept after this game. Your thoughts?
Well, I think the biggest thing for me was the fact that the Raiders defense was impactful as they were, and Max Crosby was pretty quiet. So, to watch that game and to see for myself last Thursday, I did watch that game, and to see how impactful that team was on the Chargers, it made the Raiders look like a super powerhouse on defense, but it also exposed how bad the Chargers are based on their play calling by their head coach and just the overall demeanor and the turmoil within that team. So, excuse me. When I think about that, not only that, at least the backup quarterback, Easton Stick, he looked a little slick as he snuck in 3 touchdowns there, but it really didn't matter because you lost by 40 points. So when you look at this game right here, 42-point deficit, losing by 6 touchdowns. And looking at the offense, it's like when you yawned and you were talking about Aiden O'Connell, it's not like he made a huge impact where he's the biggest reason why they won by so much.
Right.
He's a good part of what helped lead the offense to that. But I would put this win more on the Raiders defense than I would on the offense. But at the same time, I have to look at the downfall of the Chargers as a whole because the Raiders haven't had another win like this at all this season. And they're not going to have another win like this at all for the rest of this year. I mean, this is not as devastating of a victory as when the Dolphins beat the Broncos, but it's still up there as probably the second worst deficit of the season.
And I agree with you. To me, this is totally a tip of the cap to the Raiders defense. I mean, it literally looked as if they had some sort of spy that snuck into the Chargers practice, grabbed the playbook, gave it to the defense, and say, "Okay, this is what the Chargers are running." That's what it literally looked like it was. I'm like, oh my gosh, it's like, man, the Raiders came really prepared to play, and the Chargers, they really were just doing the scrimmage, and they really mentally checked out. And of course, we'll talk more about the Chargers a little later in this show. Because some off the field stuff happened with them. Dante, it's good to see you back, brother. He says, fire everybody talking about probably talking about the Chargers. Might be talking about his Eagles too. From the training staff to the water boy.
My man Dante is a huge Eagles fan.
Yeah.
Very big Eagles fan. Met him when I still worked at Geese Squad, mounted a TV in his house. Back then, Commanders, Eagles in the same room, mounting a TV for him. And he's still a real one, so you can definitely is somebody you can talk about with football and not be all like one sided for his team. So I definitely like talking football with Dante. Good to see you back, brother.
Yeah, it's good. It's good to have multifaceted football fans. I love that. What is up, Mick? I know you were ecstatic and over the moon this morning. Good morning to you, man. He says the Commanders are still on a bye. We'll talk about them a little later when we get to the 4 p.m. Sunday games. Dante, of course, talking about his Eagles, says, look, apparently that offense went on a bye after the first drive. Doggone it, you stole exactly what I was going to say about that game. We'll talk about it later. I guess we're practicing that first round exit. Oh, my gosh. Stop climbing my brain, Dante, because that's exactly what I was going to say.
Get out of Cole's head, Dante.
Oh, my. Now, I know you saw that graphic. You're like, wait a minute, there were Saturday games? Yes. There were not 1, not 2, but 3. We'll touch on one of them later in this segment, but we'll touch on the first 2. And the first one will be... in Indianapolis, Indiana, Lucas Oil Stadium, the Colts decided not to really show up in the first quarter. They're like, okay, we'll see if the Pittsburgh Steelers have what it takes to beat us. The Steelers gave them all they could for one quarter, and then the second quarter, the Colts actually decided to take the field. 30-13, the game wasn't even that close. The Colts just simply dominated from the second quarter on. Their offense gave you 170 rushing yards with Trey Sermon coming off the bench for 88 of those yards on the ground. Gardner Minshew, 18-28, 215 through the air, and 3 touchdowns. Pretty clean in terms of the turnover department. And then there's Mitchell Trubisky, 16-23, 169 yards, a touchdown, and 2 INTs. He also gave you 2 carries for a yard and a touchdown. And, of course, we got to give a shout-out to T.J. Watt, 2 sacks on the day. A good effort for a great player on an offense that's absolutely atrocious. Your thoughts, sir?
When it comes to this right here, let's go ahead and start it off with this.
Let me talk to you.
This game right here, okay? You guys look at what Big Ben said last week when he was talking about the Steelers team, about how this culture has been completely depleted. And you can tell when you're losing to a Colts team with their backup quarterback dubbed Uncle Rico the way that you are. And you have Mitch Trubisky. You might as well take the M and put a B right there. That's how he's playing. He is playing like he has a B instead of an M in front of his name. I'm not going to say it. It's on Total Football Talk. But you can say it on the other end while watching this. Take the M, put a B. That's what he is on the field right now. Because look at his stats. Look at his stats. 16-23, 169 yards. Oh, great. He had a touchdown. But he threw 2 picks. What are we used to seeing when it comes to Mitch Trubisky with the 2 interceptions right there? It's a common theme we are seeing with him. 30-13. Come on, Mitch. Then you get Mason Rudolph in there. Get Mason Rudolph in there. Throws 2 completions on 3 attempts. Congratulations. You still are just as bad as Mitch. Now, looking at this right here, you have the overall production from the Colts that you have. Oh, Uncle Rico comes out there. It's 18-28 for what? 215 yards? Congratulations. The biggest part of that is he had 3 touchdowns. Uncle Rico lifts your defense up with 3 touchdowns.
Yes.
Now, your defense was supposed to have improvements over this offseason, Cole Johnson, when it comes to this Pittsburgh Steelers team. You stole Cole Holcomb away from the Washington Commanders. Now, he was not like Montez Sweat and Chase Young's impact on the team, but he still made an impact. He still had a sweet mullet back there, and I know something about long hair. So when it comes to this situation right here, and Uncle Rico knows something about long hair too. When Uncle Rico's back there, and he's slinging the rock, and he's doing the things that he's doing, you definitely exposed how bad this defense is on the Pittsburgh side, but just as bad as their defense, it's their offense too.
Let me talk to you.
I don't give a crap what quarterback you have for the Steelers that's lining up behind center. That offense needs to be retooled. I'm sorry. The only jewel you may have is Jalen Warren. I can't even put Najee Harris on that. I would love to keep him on this atrocious offense list because this offense is horrible. And it's now looking like that offense is starting to affect the defense because now they are tired. And Saturday, it showed. It showed that it's like it's got exhausted. It's like now they carried this team for far too long, and the formula that they have used that has helped them in October, November stay in this hunt, it's now starting to wear thin. Here we are in December, and I feel for you. In fact, whatever offense you have, Mr. Tomlin, and I love you, head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers, Mike Tomlin. I respect you, and I really like you, sir. But the offense that you have for the Steelers currently, you need to do this to it.
Delete! 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 Delete!
Oh, my gosh. And in In other, what the heck was that game? The Lions destroyed, dismantled, and disassembled the Broncos 42-17 in Detroit. Jared Goff, really good day. 24-34, 278 yards, and 5 touchdowns. Jahmyr Gibbs looking exactly the way that they would want him to look now. And then he is showing that he is paying off dividends. 11 carries, 100 yards, and a touchdown. Also gave you 2 receptions, 8 yards, and another touchdown, a receiving touchdown. And not to be outdone, you have one running back that did his thing. The other did his thing too in David Montgomery. Bears, you need to be smacked in the face. 17 carries, 85 yards on the ground, which, of course, if you combine 185, that means the Lions got them 185 yards on the ground against the Broncos with just those 2 gentlemen alone. Oh, but Amon-Ra St. Brown, he gave you 7 receptions, 112 yards, and an acrobatic touchdown. And then poor Russell Wilson, 18-32, 223 yards, a touchdown, a lost fumble, and a public dress down and chew out by one Sean Payton, the quarterback. The head coach of the Broncos. Your thoughts, sir?
When you look at this and you take away Cortland Sutton and Jerry Jeudy's production, Russell Wilson only had 78 passing yards. He couldn't get the ball literally to anybody else throughout that team. I mean, it was absolute dumpster fire to see. I mean, the greatest player outside of that was Adam Troutman, who had 1 catch for 24 yards. I mean, this is an absolute dumpster fire going on over there in Denver. And it says enough on Sean Payton as coaching to even get them to this point to where they're even at 500 with 3 weeks left. So I think bringing in Sean Payton this past offseason was tremendous for this team. But during this next offseason, they're going to have to get rid of Russell Wilson. There's no way they're going to grow as a team with him leading them at the quarterback position, because Jerry Jeudy and Cortland Sutton are no slouches. You put them on any other team, and you put them too on any other decent team out there, and it's going to elevate them to new heights. And it just goes to show how bad this Denver team is around those two. And their offensive line isn't that bad. It's not like watching the Washington Commanders, even though last night on In or Out, I just got thrown in my face that, the Commanders are 19th in the amount of time that they give Sam Howell. Well, last time I checked, 19 is a lot closer to 32 than number 1. So they're still not good. And the Broncos are definitely better when it comes to the amount of time they're giving the quarterback. But Russell Wilson's not making the greatest decisions when it comes to when he's back there. Now, I'll at least give him this. He didn't turn the ball over in this game. But when it comes to the amount of completions, I mean, he was only 18-32. He still almost missed half of his attempts that he had on the day. And for that, and the fact that it took 2 receivers to get most of your yardage and most of your production done for the day, no wonder why you lost, and you lost decisively. This says more for the Lions, though, because, they got the most out of Jared Goff that I've seen in either a long time or ever here in the NFL, with getting 5 touchdowns. And he did it by throwing less than 300 passing yards on only 10 incompletions. Excuse me. And like you said, Jahmyr Gibbs was huge, because with him establishing the run back there, it set up a lot of play actions, a lot of different plays they wouldn't have been able to get had they not been establishing the run, which is why us and so many people out there for decades, as well as football's been here, have made the point. You have to establish the run early on in the game and keep it consistent throughout the game if you're going to have an increased chance of winning said game.
Right. Yeah, because it's all about making that defense guess, okay, what are they doing? And if you make the game easy for a defense, well, you're going to have defenses just rack up tackles for losses, interceptions, fumble recoveries, sacks. I mean, you aren't supposed to make the game easy for the defense. You're supposed to make the game harder for them. But, hey, what do we know? Sig Diggy, what is up, my brother? All the way from Norway, so we're doing this internationally. That's right. We are internationally known, unlike you, Rob Bass. He says, bowling shoe ugly combined with a nasty pair of feet and stank socks. Can anybody say biohazard? Yes. For that Steelers performance and for the Broncos performance, definitely. Vicala, or V like A3, he says, sorry I'm late, all. How you all doing? And don't worry, Cole. Every team has been smacking the Bears in the face this season. But we'll talk about the Bears momentarily.
Hey, good to see you, though, Vic Lod. Better late than never. We're just glad you're here. We still have plenty of show left to go.
We definitely do. We definitely do. And speaking about the Bears, they were in Northeastern Ohio as we start the Sunday early slate. They were facing off against the Browns. They were down 20-17, and Justin Fields threw a beautiful Hail Mary to win the end zone, and it was intercepted. 20-17 was the final score. The Browns beat the Bears. The Bears had control of the game, but they unfortunately couldn't finish it off. Joe Flacco, 28 of 44, 374 yards, 2 touchdowns, and 3 picks. One of them I will not fault him for. Amari Cooper, 4 receptions, 109 yards and a touchdown. David Njoku, who's really having a resurgence, or I should say having a surge, thanks to Flacco being under center. 10 receptions, 104 yards. He also gave you a receiving touchdown. But on the other side, the Bears defense, it looks like Montez Sweat is giving them an absolute boost. I don't know if you know that guy. I know that might be a new name for you, Drew. I don't know if you know him. 2.5 sacks on the day for him. Of course, I'm just joking. Of course, he knows who Montez Sweat is. 3 interceptions also the Bears defense gathered. And Justin Fields, 19 of 40, 166 yards, a touchdown, officially 2 picks. I don't count the last one really as a pick, so I say 1 official pick, 1 unofficial pick. Your thoughts on this game, sir?
This game right here, when it comes to the Bears and the Browns, for someone to be able to throw 3 interceptions and still win the game, how bad the Bears are playing right now. And, they definitely need both of those top first-round picks. So when it comes to how well they've been playing or how bad they've been playing. But Joe Flacco reminds me of the piece that he was when he was with the Ravens before. Not saying that the Browns are going to go to the Super Bowl and win it or anything, even though it was a subject on last night's In or Out show and we were joking around about it. I don't think that this Browns team is going to go to the Super Bowl. Do you think they're going to make a little bit of noise in the playoffs so they can continue to win out? Because it doesn't look like they're going to win the division, but even though with their record, they can still get in as one of the 3 wild card teams in the AFC. And the AFC, in my opinion, is weaker than the NFC, so they still have a chance to make some noise in the playoffs. But if he continues to throw interception after interception after interception in this past week and moving forward, it's not going to be a great ending to his career, because this is most likely his last dance in the NFL, because he was brought off the street over midway point in the season to get to this point for the Browns. But for them to be 9-5 at this point is pretty miraculous. But the tougher thing I think that we need to look at, and why Joe Flacco probably threw as many interceptions as he did, is the Browns did not establish the run in this game. They did not have a great job establishing the run, and the defense was played pretty well by the Bears. I'll at least give them that. Their offense needs to make some moves during this offseason, but their defense is pretty solid, like you said, with Montez Sweat. I'm sad to see him gone, but at least he's making a positive impact where he's at, and it's not in our division, so at least got that to say. But when it comes to the defense, they're definitely growing. They're definitely improving. But when it comes to this offense, it's not looking good when you have the run game established the way it is. And, it gives them more opportunities to play like man coverage when you kind of have an idea of what's going to go on, and you can make bigger plays when you have more of an idea of what's going on, because Joe Flacco is a little bit more one-dimensional at quarterback than even Deshaun Watson or DTR, if DTR was back there. PJ Walker, okay? He's closer to like the Statue of Liberty, not like as bad as Thomas Edward Patrick Brady II was, or nor near the talent as him, but
Junior.
he does have similarities when it comes to that situation there. So when it comes to the Browns, if they're going to make noise in this playoffs and improve going forward, they really need to figure out a way to establish the run. But since Nick Chubb went down earlier this season,
Oh,
we
man.
haven't really seen much established from Jerome Ford. Jerome
Mhm.
Ford and Nick Chubb would bounce well off of each other.
Right.
Like they would feed well
Yeah.
off of each other.
hmm
But since you don't have that 1-2 punch, it's definitely been taking a hit, and that's a big part of the impact of 5 losses they have this season, along with Deshaun Watson being down. But that's a whole nother story for another day. They got to establish the run and improve some things there and get a little bit better decision-making out of the quarterback. But like you said, one of those interceptions, you can't really blame Joe Flacco on too much.
Right.
But I can't really blame him but so much on all of it, honestly,
Exactly.
because you need to have better pieces around you consistently on a week in and week out basis if you're going to make noise in this league.
And also, we can, I hate to say it this way, but I'll do it anyway. We now need to play taps for the career of one Kareem Hunt, because this would have been a good opportunity for him to step up. Now it is now he has proven that he is no longer a factor back, as I used to say. He just is no longer he's no longer an impact player, and it's unfortunate seeing how he came into the league and his legal troubles kicked in. And he got his second chance with the Browns, like you were saying that Jerome Ford was basically going to be bounced off of Nick Chubb. That's what Hunt was before Ford, and now Hunt just isn't doing anything. Dante, he says, look, to the Browns' credit, they're really fighting if they can. They're really fighting if they can get a better quarterback. Watch out, and that really is it. That's really the key. If they can get a solid quarterback, because the offensive line actually is pretty good. You get a solid QB. I'll even throw in you get another wide receiver to be along the opposite side of one Amari Cooper. I would really like the Browns offense, and I think they would go places. Of course, that's provided that Nick Chubb gets healthy next year, and they have that back that they want to do, because really the Browns want to run the football first. That's really what they want to do. They're out of character when they don't. So this does say a lot about the Bears defense. Also says a lot about the Browns as well. Played out of character and still won the game. Well, more power to you, but you're not going to play the Bears every single Sunday. Now to the frozen tundra of Lambeau Field, which it really wasn't so frozen on Sunday. The Packers hosted the Buccaneers, and it was a good game for a half, and then the Packers did not come out of the tunnel for the third quarter. 34-20 was the final score. The Buccaneers cruised to a double-digit victory over the Packers. Baker Mayfield, probably the best game he's had this year. 22 of 28, 381 yards, 4 touchdowns. He did lose a fumble, but a great stat there. Chris Godwin, a wonderful comeback from this guy. It's been a minute since I've seen this name. It's been a minute since I've seen him produce this well. 10 receptions, 155 yards. Rashad White, it looks like he now is the guy that's going to be helping in the backfield. 21 carries, 89 yards. And on top of it, 2 receptions, 50 yards, and a receiving touchdown. On the other end, the Packers defense, Kenny Moore with 2 of the team's 5 sacks. And the team also got a fumble recovery, of course, from the Baker Mayfield. Dontavion Wicks, 6 receptions, 97 yards. And Jordan Love, who, of course, replaced Aaron Rodgers. 29 of 39, 284 yards, 2 touchdowns, and also a lost fumble. Your thoughts on this game, sir?
You know, you say that the tundra wasn't frozen in this game, but I think the defense was. Because when you look at how they played and you allowed Bunker Stayfield to have a perfect passer rating, he's the only other one in Lambeau Field to have a perfect passer rating other than Aaron Rodgers, and the only one to do it on the road in Lambeau. You just basically gave Bunker Stayfield a Hall of Fame induction right there. With what it seems like that's going to be one of his highlights of his career is what we saw this past weekend. And I can't think of another game in his entire career with the Browns, with the Rams, especially with the Panthers, that he played this dominant and led his team to a victory on the road. Okay, mind you, like I can I could be cool with this if it was just like a home game and kind of brushing it off a little bit, but you actually do have to give the man his flowers for what he did this weekend and to do it of all the places at Lambeau Field. I mean, that's got to be the toughest of all stadiums to play, one of the oldest ones to play on. As far as, it's had some renovations throughout the years, but it's not state of the art by all means.
No.
But compared to all the other stadiums that we have in the league, the other 31 stadiums that you have. So for him to come in and do what he did in this game, 4 touchdowns, nearly 400 passing yards on only 6 incompletions, and you did decent. I'd say Rachaad White did decent with establishing the run, but still in 21 carries, averaging 4 yards per carry. It's still a little alarming to me, but it was still well enough to get it done. But well enough is not going to get you through the playoffs, but you are now back to 500, so you still have a chance to get in, make some noise, and see what you can do. I don't have high hopes for this team, like going through multiple rounds in the playoffs. I could see them winning the first round, potentially going to the divisional game, making a little bit of noise there, but probably losing a close one there. I don't see them going to the NFC Championship. Definitely don't see them going to the Super Bowl. But good on Bunker Stayfield to have this type of game towards the end of the season with only 3 weeks left after that game. Chris Godwin, like you said, big numbers, averaging 15 yards per reception.
Yes.
The only thing I wish that would have happened for him was that he would have had a reception in the end zone to add to those numbers, to at least put the icing on the cake. You still have a nice cake, but a little bit more icing would have been nice for him for what he did.
I agree. And I will say this. I love your point about Rachaad White. Yes, he did establish that run enough. I think they can establish it even further. The yards per carry to me is what I love. 4 yards per carry. If a guy is giving you 4 yards every time he touches the rock, toast the rock, feed him more. I don't care who it is. Feed him more, because you do not want the quarterback to keep throwing. Although in this case, 20 attempts I could take. But if the run game was going that solid, why have your quarterback throw it 28 times? Oh, that actually might be a theme later on in this segment. Now, I could have put this game as a game of the week, but being that I do not want to be called biased, and since I feel so I'm an unbiased party, I did not. The Houston Texans played the Tennessee Titans in Nashville, and in the game that took all of overtime to find a victor, the Titans were clad in the Columbia Blue Houston Oilers gear. And for those who don't know, yes, the Titans were the Houston Oilers, and they moved to Tennessee in 1997. History lesson over. But they had a game to play, and the Texans pulled it out, and not even having a lead the whole game, 19-16. Devin Singletary was the star of the show, 26 carries, 121 yards, and they messed, and a doggone wide receiver had to hold. Otherwise, the yardage would be more, and he would have a touchdown. But I love that it happens. 4 receptions, 49 yards, had a key 41-yard reception to set up the game-winning field goal. And as I said, Singletary 121 of the 148 yards the Texans had on offense. And in pinch hitting and in relief, pitch hitting in relief, Case Keenum, 23 of 36, 29 yards, a touchdown, and a pick 6 that he threw. Noah Brown, helping out on a depleted receiver core, 8 receptions, 82 yards, and a touchdown. And the Texans defense, I'll get you in a minute, actually. Let's go to the Titans. Will Levis, 17 of 26, 199 yards, an interception, and I hope that you are healthy, because it looked like he came down a little gimpy on his left leg. I'll give credit to the Titans defense. They put Case Keenum down 4 times in the game. They did a really good job with that. But to me, along with Singletary, the Texas defense gets a big-time star. Jonathan Grenard, 2.5 sacks. Mullet Collins, a sack and a half. That is 4 of the 7 sacks that they had on the day, along with the pick. And then, of course, Kaimi Fairbairn, 4 field goals and the game winner from 54 yards with no time remaining in overtime to seal the deal and to eliminate the Houston Oilers-clad Tennessee Titans from the playoffs. I'm sorry. Your thoughts, sir?
That was a great opener right there.
Thank you.
And you got to look at how you could argue on many levels how bad Will Levis got exposed in this game. And he's been getting exposed in certain moments throughout this season. I mean, I will admit, and we did this on this show, I drank a little bit of the Kool-Aid during his as a result of his first appearance when he came out there and he slung 4 touchdowns in that victory. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So I gave the man his flowers, probably a little bit too soon.
Mm-hmm.
But in this game right here, even though it took all of overtime, you still had to do it with Case Keenum. I mean, it wasn't like you had your star in there, CJ Stroud, who's still out on protocols and trying to get better enough to try to make some type of comeback towards the end of the season to salvage the year for the Texans. I mean, just for the Texans to be at this point and to be 2 games over 500 at this point, you didn't see this at this point of the season.
No,
I didn't see it at this point of the season. So for us to even witness this and to have this kind of a close game as a result and you not be back down to 500 at this point, you know, despite it being the Titans and the mess that they are this year, you guys were labeled as a mess before this season even started and have done a lot of a big 180 to turn it around. So it's been nice to see that. It's also nice to see someone like Case Keenum, who has been a journeyman in the NFL, bounced around to many teams, made his way back to Houston or whatnot, and to be able to have this type of comeback win, I know it feels good for him. It's not like the stretch of the winless streak like what Drew Lock had that we'll get to, but when it comes to that, we have to at least give the man his flowers. I have to say I'm proud for him. A former Washington quarterback. Happy for you today, Case Keenum. Good job.
Right. He did play for they weren't called the Commanders then. He did play for the Commanders. I totally forgot about that. But yes, I have an affinity for Case Keenum as well, especially the fact he led the Vikings to the NFC Championship and they got summarily dismissed that offseason. I forgot the quarterback that they signed for. Oh, yeah. You like that? Oh, I'm sorry. My bad. But I will say this. To your Will Levis got exposed. The Texans' game plan was really simple on defense. Swarm number 22. I mean, Derrick Henry could not breathe. As soon as he got the ball, there was Texas defenders all over him. 16 carries, 9 yards. And so they really wanted to make a point for Will Levis to beat him. Came pretty close, but then that Titans offensive line ran out of gas. And unfortunately, so did Will. And I think your exposure came there. But, yeah, kudos to the Texans. And I will celebrate them. I'll celebrate what they are a little later in this segment. I'll celebrate even further the Titans getting eliminated from the playoffs.
But one more thing before we roll to the next one.
Okay.
I think Buffalo Bills fans or anybody associated with the Buffalo Bills are absolutely devastated that they couldn't get this production out of Devin Singletary during his 4 years.
Oh, I bet they are.
Now, Devin Singletary isn't having like a lights out year or anything, but
No.
for him to have over 700 yards at this point with a chance to reach 1,000 is huge because I don't think that he ever got numbers like that before in Buffalo.
No,
Correct
he
me if
didn't.
I'm wrong in the comments, but for him to get 121 yards on 26 carries, it's a lot of carries, but still a lot of yards. Definitely a lot better than Tajay Spears on the other side, which I feel like, even though they were still in the game with a field goal deficit in overtime, I feel like had the Titans been able to establish the run, which they really can on this Houston defense, then you would have been able to win the game based on what you had on the quarterback position on the other side. Not trying to throw shade at Case Keenum, but because the Titans could not establish the run, I would give this win more to the Houston defense, even though I'm happy for Case Keenum, I have to give the credit and the flowers where they're due. This defense definitely carried this team to this victory.
Oh, I do too. That to me, that's where it is. The Texans established the run, and the defense got after Will Levis after they basically said to the Titans, "You're not going to run on us." Oh yeah, no question about that. No question about that. And as an objective fan I am of the Texans, that's exactly who gets the kudos from me too. Good call on that, brother. Oh, and before we get on, what is up, Snowman? He says, hey, Snowman, just getting home. I'm glad you got home safe and sound, my brother. And another brother, no credits acquired fame, Ryan McCarthy, he says, good morning, fellas. I'm still tasting the sweet, sweet Titan tears from the Texans being the Titans in their foiler uniforms beating. I love that, foiler. Thank you, Ryan. You always come on time with that. I love that.
Foilers.
And unfortunately, you came on time for this.
Uh-oh.
And no, I did not. And no, I'm not calling this game because I'm actually seeing your name. This is actually next on the list. The Jets went to South Beach and they vacationed all game long. 30-0 was the final score. The Dolphins beat down and beat up the Jets and ran them out of South Beach. Jalen Waddle, 8 receptions, 142 yards and a touchdown. Tua Tagovailoa, efficient. 21 of 24, 224 yards and a touchdown. Dolphins defense, they are not going to be outdone here. Bradley Chubb gave you 3 of their 6 sacks. They also gave you 2 INTs, and they recovered 2 fumbles. And then there's Trevor Siemian. 14 of 26, 110 yards, 2 INTs, a lost fumble in relief of a pulled Zach Wilson, who also gave you a lost fumble in the game. And at least he did something in the game. Your thoughts on this one, sir?
For the first time in this show, in this episode, I had to bring it out because we hadn't experienced it yet. But it was a major. Now, this show is not of that magnitude, but the New York Jets are this.
Oh, my God.
When you lose that magnitude, the Miami Dolphins, I know the Miami Dolphins are good. They have an explosive offense.
Yes.
Semi-decent defense, okay?
I agree.
But not to the magnitude to hold you to 30-0 when you are supposed to have a really good defense too. This team played absolutely terribly to the point to where they had to take Zach Wilson out and bring in Trevor Siemian, okay? And it's not like that's an upgrade. I mean, both of them completely are terrible right now. But looking at how this game was, I mean, you had just played this team 3 weeks before that, and you were able to score at least 13 points, and you lost 34-13. In this game, you lost 30-0. And from halftime on, you know, when it was a 24-0 game, it definitely wasn't looking good. Tua only had to throw for 224 yards and a touchdown, only had 3 incompletions, but managed the game very well. Jalen Waddle was a very, very huge contributor to that as well, not having Tyreek Hill making, you know, big plays here recently because being banged up and actually, you know, being pretty much out right now because of all that. So when you look at that, the fact that Mostert only had 42 yards rushing, between Jalen Waddle's big production day for the receiving core and this defense that held the Jets to scoring no points, I would say for just as important as Tua managing the offense, the defense was just as much of a contributing factor towards this victory for the Dolphins. And you have to give them their flowers while they're due. But, yeah, you deserved a double L for that one, Jets, for how bad you produced in this game.
Oh my gosh. You timed that so beautifully. Oh, I love that. And Ryan and Ryan said Nathaniel Hackett, the offensive staff, and the medical staff should have been left on the tarmac of Miami's International Airport. And when you unveiled the wise, I'm sorry, Victor comes with this from Wise 11. The beep is that? Oh, sorry, pardon me, my apologies. Oh my gosh, yeah. Unfortunately, that game officially eliminated the Jets from the playoffs, but really, were they in contention at all? I mean, come on. And now I'm not throwing shade on the Jets. I mean, that offense is their offense is just about as bad as the Steelers offense. We all know this. It's unfortunate. Also, what's unfortunate is we got a chance to watch the Patriots play another game. And they hosted the Chiefs. This was supposed to be Monday night, but the NFL wised up and said, oh, no, we're not going to have this dumpster fire of a game on Monday night. We'll bump you to Sunday afternoon. And in that Sunday afternoon, the Chiefs, they were bored, but they still won the game 27-17. Patrick Mahomes, a workmanlike 300-yard day, 27-37, 305 yards, 2 touchdowns, 2 INTs. And Chiefs fan, no, he's not going to win MVP this year. And no, he's not getting cheated out of it as well. Sorry, I had to put that out there. Has the Chiefs found their receiver? Rashee Rice, 9 receptions, 91 yards, and a touchdown. Well, hopefully he didn't drop too many passes, but I'm sorry for that. The Chiefs defense, not to be outdone, 4 sacks and a pick, and that unit is not getting the love they deserve because they have actually carried the Chiefs this far. Bailey Zappi, 23-31, 180 yards, a touchdown and a pick. The floor is yours.
You know, I think that this game was a little too close for comfort when it comes to this Chiefs game right here with the Patriots. You know, the Patriots were 3-10 coming into this game, now 3-11 as a result, but 3-10 for a very good reason. And Patrick Mahomes kept this Patriots team in here by throwing multiple interceptions. You know, Bailey Zappi didn't really do anything to completely impress as he only had 180 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. Mahomes, yeah, you threw for 300 yards and only had 10 incompletions, but those 2 interceptions was what kept this game a 2-possession game and by only, you know, a win by 10 points. Besides Rashee Rice, you have some question marks going over there on the receiving core for the Chiefs. You know, when you have Travis Kelce getting 5 receptions, 28 yards, and he got banged up a little bit in that game too. It's not looking good at this point of the year towards the end when you want to make a playoff run as the defending Super Bowl champions. So you got to do a better job protecting your guys. I mean, of course, certain things in the moment are going to happen when you're playing with the momentum out there during a play. But, you know, looking at this, Rashee Rice, definitely, I feel like you have found a good receiver in your core right there to be able to depend on. But don't forget, you got some other great people within that talented roster as well that you can depend on. And he spread the ball around enough, but you're not getting the amount of production out of those other players that you were getting at one point. We could be seeing the beginning of the end of Kelce's career. I don't know if it's going to be this year or potentially next year. But if he ends up, you know, smoozing away with old T Sizzle and, you know, the Swifties and builds another 40 or 50 years with that, you know, on the outside, I'd say he got a pretty good trade-off if his career's winding down.
And ladies and gentlemen, Travis Kelce is heterosexual. Why am I saying that? Drew said T Sizzle. Every time I hear that, I think of Terrell Suggs, but
I meant to say T Swizzle. That's what I meant to say. Yeah, because as soon as I said it, I thought about that. I was like, yeah, I just said sizzle. He's going to say, thought I said Suggs. But no, T Swizzle is what I meant for the Swifties out there. That's why I threw the Swifties out of there right afterwards. So T Swizzle, the Swifties. There it is.
Thank you for allowing me to set up the joke too and not ruin it. I appreciate that, sir. I totally peep game. Thank you, sir. Ryan says, look, throw all the shade you want, Cole. Talking about the Jets. This is the worst offense I've seen, and I've lived through the space case and Rich Code tight. Oh, good Lord.
At least you weren't as bad as the Packers deep. Well, no, you kind of were.
Oh, Lord. And Ryan says, shake it off, fellas.
If they start playing that before the games, then you can get a guarantee. Or if you want to kind of play off like how sports were back in the day when they were shaving off points, it could be shave it off.
Oh, Lord. Players gonna play. Haters gonna hate. I don't care. The Saints, they hosted the Giants, and this is the part of the show that I will apologize to Mr. Waisalefe, who is one of my closest friends and is a die-hard Giants fan. But I think I'm not saying something he already knows that he doesn't already know. The Giants absolutely suck. And I'm not saying it to poke fun. I'm saying just be real. They're horrible. The Saints beat the Giants 24-6. The game was bad enough because the Saints defense were the star of the show in this one. 7 sacks with Tano Pasanan getting 3 of those sacks. Brian Breezy got you 2 of those 7. So 5 of the 7 came from those 2 gentlemen. Derek Carr, 23 of 28, 218 yards and 3 touchdowns. But not to be outdone, Tommy, don't call me Tony DeVito, 20 of 34, 177 yards. Your thoughts, sir?
Cole, did you just say not to be outdone and getting excited about 177 yards?
Stop it. Get some help.
All right, guys, I gotta bring this back.
Let me talk to you.
When you get to this section right here, I cannot believe that you had the opportunity to throw a little bit of shade for one wise El Jefe in this situation right here. But no, you tried to downplay it. Like he actually did okay out here on that field. Okay, but he didn't. He did not do okay one bit. You lost 24-6. You led your team to 2 field goals. Great job, Tony, not Tommy, whatever the blank your name is, eating cutlets over there at mommy and daddy's house. You are doing great, but your team played like this.
That's terrible.
Absolutely terrible. Because 2 field goals. You made Derek Carr look like the hype was real on him many years ago when he hit 23 of 28, 218 yards, 3 touchdowns. The yards, but he had 3 touchdowns.
Oh, gosh.
The Saints. Alvin Kamara, you looked like it was a blast from the past, the amount of production that you got out of him, because you haven't really seen this type of production out of him. And 66 yards isn't even something to get excited about. But for this current rendition of this Saints team, you kind of do have to get excited about it. For this team to get back to 500, coming in this game 6-7, the Giants had a chance to make some noise and had a chance to continue this story they've had over the past couple of weeks to getting close to being a pretty decent team and potentially a winning team. They could have been 9-8 had they won out with yesterday's game. But now you won't have a winning record. We knew you weren't going to have a winning record. I predicted you to suck to start the year. And you did do that. I did say 1-7. You at least had me right with the first 6 weeks. And from that point forward, it looks like you've been saying your prayers and taking your vitamins like Hulk Hogan would tell you back in the day, and actually getting that type of production. So when I look at this team, like I said, when I look at this team, there's still a bunch of raving dumpster pelicans. And that's what I have to say about this Giants team. They're not as bad as some others that we'll talk about here shortly, but they still are probably I would say on this list right here, they probably like the sixth dumpster pelican in the back. You know, look, underneath that like Winn-Dixie bag over there towards the side, they definitely
Lord.
are that. I haven't said that name in a long time. So
It's
yeah,
been a
because
bit. I've heard that I've heard that grocery store. Oh my gosh.
it's been many years since they've been around. But that landfill is so old. There's probably a Winn-Dixie bag swimming around there somewhere. They are underneath that Winn-Dixie bag, and they're representing the past very well.
Oh Lord. Goodness gracious. Ryan says, look, shave it off. You know, like Arizona State basketball circuit 1984. Oh Lord, not point shaving. That's sad. Dante says, look, when he says we, he's talking about the Eagles. We'll probably lose the Giants. We'll preview that game later on there.
Upset this morning.
We'll preview that game and the others in week 16 as the Giants come to South Philly. But the Giants toured at New Orleans. Unfortunately, it didn't end.
Hey, I'd much rather be in your situation, Dante, than what I currently have, and we haven't even gotten to that team yet.
But I did say the Giants sucked. I mean, give me credit for that, man. Dang.
Yeah, and you've been pretty nice to them this year. For Cole to say that, I feel like with him doing that,
I think I got my swagger back. Oh.
Yes, he did.
I mean, they're horrible. Goodness gracious.
Hey.
Delete!
I mean, the only highlight was last Monday's game. I mean, jeez. We'll get to the late games now, and hey, Drew called for it, and here it is. His Washington Commanders flew out west, and they played in Inglewood, California, to face off against the Los Angeles Rams. The game was 20-0 before the Commanders decided to score, and really the final score is not emblematic of the game. 28-20, the Rams beat the Commanders. Matthew Stafford, a really good game actually. I'm loving the formula that I'm seeing for the Rams offensively. 25 of 33, 258 yards, 2 touchdowns. Kyron Williams, 27 carries out of 52 yards, a touchdown, but sir, you can't have this if your team makes the playoffs. 2, no, sir. Take care of that ball better, sir. Cooper Kupp, 8 receptions, 111 yards at a touchdown. Puka Nacua, you were big time early in the season. Where did you go? No, never mind. The Commanders' offense. Let me send him an applaud. 218 passing yards. But Terry McLaurin, though, he shined like a diamond. Thank you, Rihanna. 6 receptions, 141 yards, and a touchdown. And then Darren Payne on defense gave you 2 sacks. But the reason why I said 218 passing yards is because Sam Howell got benched in favor of Jacoby Brissett. And Brissett had more passing yards than Howell. All right, Mr. Commanders, Gridiron Report, all yours.
So I was watching this team. I know you said that they went west, but it seems like they left the team in the south and they sent a bunch of dumpster pelicans to go play in their place because they played absolutely.
That's terrible.
Now, this is something that we've seen all year long. Now, I know you called for it, and I was about to click on it myself. You've got to give them the 3rd ranked dumpster pelican spot. Bring it back right here. 3rd ranked dumpster pelican. What is going on, StreamYard? 3rd ranked dumpster pelican. Look at that Walmart bag that's underneath its little beak of a foot. I know I said beak of a foot because they got beak. Well, they're so bad at dumpster pelican. They have a beak, and their right foot is a beak too. They got 2 beaks, and their second beak is stepping on top or sliding underneath that Walmart bag. That's how bad they are. They can't even stay on top of it. They have 2 beaks instead of 1. That doesn't make you better. It doesn't help it being aerodynamic. This makes you suck even more. Okay. So if you go back and you watch yesterday's episode, I probably said they suck like 30 times in a 30-minute episode. Probably one, you could average it 1 per minute. And we had 2 commercial breaks as well. I said suck 30 times. I even made a big enough point of it that if you go to like my Instagram and other stories or whatever, it's on there. I put a clip of it on there talking about how they suck. I literally came back from commercial break and said, welcome back to the coverage of a team that's absolutely terrible. And then I continued on. I lit into them and roasted them like this was some Comedy Central roast. And you can go back and watch the entirety of that episode if you want, because I definitely exhausted all those measures yesterday. What I will tell you is this, that, I will at least agree with some of our colleagues out there by saying that Sam Howell holds on to the ball a little bit too long.
Yeah.
He's trying to find the right read, trying to make the right play. It doesn't really help when, the best player you've got at the receiving core is McLaurin, and he's always going to be double covered or at least in some type of coverage to where it's not going to be easy to sling the ball to him. Curtis Samuel is okay at best, but even when he is open, he's not hauling in the receptions but half the time. You've had so much inconsistencies at the tight end position because of the injuries that Jordan Reed has had, and I don't even want to get started on how bad that offensive line is, even though people want to try to tell me, well, you're 19th in the amount of time that you give him at the quarterback position to make a play. Well, the last time, again, I checked, 19 is closer to 32 than it is to 1, so I'm not getting excited about that stat line there in itself. I still am not going to completely give up on Sam Howell. I feel like he's got a decent future, even though it was thrown in my face last night in or out that his name is Samuel Duke Howell, and how can you trust somebody with a middle name like Duke like that because it's not a real name? It was like, well, SD Howell, you just call him short for that. Sounds like it's some tax place. Get your taxes done. SD Howell. Well, I'll go to SD Howell and get my taxes done. I don't know if 5 years from now, if I'm going to want SD Howell back there at quarterback making decisions if he doesn't grow from it. But the positive part I will say is from what I have seen from Sam Howell in the short time, from when he started his first game last year in week 18 to throughout this year, I've seen progression. He's scored more than he's thrown interceptions or turned the ball over. He's almost got 4,000 passing yards. We've only got 3 weeks left. He is not benched going forward for the rest of the year. They basically, with watching the media scrum yesterday, Ron Rivera said it was just to take him out to basically protect him. 1, not get him hurt, but I think 2, he was trying to protect him mentally. So, he's definitely the starter going into this week, the remainder of this year. And, whoever comes in at head coach next year would be wise. 1, for the amount of money you're paying them, you save a few dollars there if you keep them. But 2, you have something you can build on. It's only his second year in the league, and he's made some really, really good plays. You need to address more that offensive line. You need to get a running back in there to establish a run. You need to get another receiving weapon out there, whether it's a tight end, which I would prefer that over another wide receiver because I feel like you have enough wide receiving weapons.
I agree.
But the offensive line, the running back position, and, of course, several moves on defense, especially in that secondary, they need to make during this offseason. They have a lot of draft picks going into this next draft. It's going to be interesting to see what the ownership group does with it. However, you got to start from the top. You're going to have to get a new head coach in there, new defensive coordinator. Hell, you might need a new offensive coordinator if things keep going the way they're going to. They're going to completely blow this whole thing up during this offseason. But for right now, as a Commanders fan, I really just want to get to the playoffs and stop watching them. Like, I'm tired of watching this team at this point. It's exhausting. We shall see how things pan out. We'll talk more about them for next week later on in the show. But for this, listening to this game on the way back from Philadelphia on Sunday, I was not enjoying my ride even more.
Well, at least you and Wise will have something in common.
And we had brought Wise up earlier, and I have to give a shout out to Wise real quick because in 2 days, Wise El Jefe and I will be sharing the airwaves again for episode 12, D. Willie in the Evening, the Ho Expletive Ho edition, the uncensored edition, this Thursday at 11 o'clock p.m. Eastern, 10 o'clock p.m. Central, if you'd like to check some shenanigans out once the football is over.
Oh, Lord. If that thing was censored, I'm going to say over under how many times we hear the beep sensor I would say it'd be 100.
I'll just give the fans something a little bit more entertaining for this one because it saves me work.
Yeah. It will save you a lot of work. Trust me, I know. Mick says, look, so your Commanders, Drew, and Wise is actually Giants, not Jets. Are both dumpster Pelicans? Well, this year they are. It's unfortunate. And again, I don't have a boat. I don't have a horse in the race, or I have a Pelican in the city dump. That's just the truth. Dante says, so Washington does have hope. I mean, just fire Rivera, and we have no hope. Hey, we'll throw a Hail Mary for some reason, and the we will be Eagles. Oh my, oh goodness, I'm loving this. All right, now to the team that was first to clinch a playoff spot. Now they're the first team to clinch a divisional title. Say hello to the San Francisco 49ers as they went to the desert and beat down, made mincemeat of the Arizona Cardinals 45-29. The Cardinals in turn did make the defensive line of the 49ers like mincemeat as well. Brock Purdy, 16-25, 242 yards and 4 touchdowns. Christian McCaffrey, 18 carries, 115 yards and a touchdown. He also had 5 receptions for 72 yards and 2 receiving touchdowns. One off of a slip, a get up, and a jog to the end zone. And the 115 yards that McCaffrey did get on the ground was part of the 144 yards that the offense did accrue on the ground. On the other side of the coin, Kyler Murray, 26-39, 211 yards to the air, a touchdown and 2 picks, 6 carries, and 49 yards he chipped in on the ground. James Conner, 14 carries, 86 yards of a Cardinals offense that gained 234 rushing yards. Memo to the rest of the NFL. You can run on the 49ers. Okay. And Trey McBride, who has been the only bright spot for the Cardinals, 10 receptions, 102 yards. All yours, sir.
In this game right here, Cardinals kept it a little bit closer than a lot of teams who have played the 49ers in games like this throughout the season. But, it's going to be tough at the end of the year whether people want to give the MVP award to Purdy or McCaffrey, because both of them have been just as impactful for this 49ers offense throughout the tenure of this year. Purdy definitely big because he had that injury in the NFC Championship game, definitely got things fixed and came on back this year and has definitely been lighting it up and playing even better than what he did when he was going into that run last year. I think part of it, he's had a year to get comfortable with the NFL, but, there's nobody that I recall that was going to say that Purdy was going to have this type of success going into last year or this year. So it has been probably the closest thing we've seen to when Thomas Edward Patrick Brady II came out and started playing for the Patriots. So Brock Purdy's not a second. He is a first. Tom Brady's a second. But looking at this, you have to give the credit to Brock Purdy and what he's doing, because had it not been for Brock Purdy showing up, there could have been a good chance the TB12 came. No, I'm just kidding. He wasn't going to come to San Francisco this year. But what I will say is that, you got to give the man credit. 4 touchdowns, no picks, didn't turn the ball over. Christian McCaffrey, 115 yards. He didn't have anything else in the running position as far as the 49ers throughout that game. And then McCaffrey added on top of that with 2 touchdowns receiving on 72 yards, on 5 of those being receptions. Fred Warner, though, Warner's been a huge impact on this 49ers defense throughout this year, especially with having 8 tackles and a half sack in this game. He has not been quiet throughout this year. There's been extra motivation for this 49ers team, which is why they've been as dominant this year. The way they lost that NFC Championship game last year, I know Dante is kicking himself in the rear end, as we've been seeing here in the comments for what happened last night, but it's basically set the tone for this Eagles team coming into this year. Yeah, you started the year off hot, but you just had this feeling, or at least we did covering on this show, the NFL, looking at how the Eagles went down last year, and then especially the downside of the games that they've lost this year, I just don't have any high hopes for the Eagles to make it back to the NFC Championship, let alone the Super Bowl. The 49ers are going to be the team to worry about in the playoffs. And even though their fan base annoys me at points, kind of like the Dallas Cowboys, I have to give them their flowers when they're due. I feel like they're not only going to get to the NFC Championship, but to the Super Bowl. What they do in that Super Bowl, I cannot answer at this current time. It's a little too early. But my money right now is on the 49ers to make the Super Bowl this season.
There isn't a team to me that actually can slow them down. Again, they need to run on that 49ers defense. That's the only chance that you have to slow the 49ers down. But if you're going to not be invested in running the ball, forget it. You're going to go to Santa Clara, get boat race, and you're going to go home. So understand that is what you got to do. And even and the Cardinals proved it. They ran over 200 yards against them, and they still lost by double digits. So you actually have to, on the other side of the ball, try to stop that multi-pronged 49ers offense. But yes, congratulations to the 49ers. This is actually their 6th in a row after losing 3 straight. They are now NFC West champs once again. And yes, let the annoyance of that fan base begin, because now the race to the number 1 seed is on, and we will talk about why it has been made even easier for them after Monday night. Oh, and one more thing. Junior. The Dallas Cowboys. The Dallas Cowboys. The Dallas Cowboys.
What?
The Dallas Cowboys.
You should know your role and shut your mouth.
I'm looking all around for them. I don't know where they are. I have no clue where they are. But they got beat soundly, thoroughly, 31-10 by the Buffalo Bills. I could clown them just for the L, which I will play later in this bit. But you allowed James Cook to run for 179 yards on you off. And that's 179 off of a team total of 266. Oh, no, by the way, they only threw for 85. The Bills beat you by 21 points by only throwing for 85 yards. Yes. Yes, 85. Yes. Josh Allen only completed 7 passes the whole game. Oh my gosh. Oh, and Cook also had 2 receptions, 42 yards, and a receiving touchdown, along with a rushing touchdown, where he almost looked like he was untouched, going through the linebacking core, and the secondary. And then Dak Prescott. All of you saying that he should be MVP. Give the MVP to Dak Prescott. There's not a quarterback that's played any better than Dak Prescott. 21-34, 134 yards and an interception. Is that MVP worthy? I think not. Oh, and it's almost as if, oh, I found it. Here we go.
Hey, ain't nobody calling me, texting me, paging me, asking me, are you still involved? Calling me, texting me, paging me, asking me, am I still involved? Y'all usually check
they
on
were asking Sunday night, yeah.
I'm still involved.
No, you
We
ain't.
still them dumpster Pelican.
I'm still involved.
Pelican.
Not Sunday night. No.
Oh.
No.
Them boys, I'm still them boys. Yeah.
train.
This is like sitting through a Lifetime movie. I felt like I was watching Lifetime right there. That's how bad that was. It's horrible. This is why I have dubbed them the Arlington Desperados, because they are that bad. They are terrible. Now, I cannot take complete credit for that. I did hear that somewhere else before, and I adopted it. Okay, it's like other people who have heard me say Dumpster Pelican have adopted it. I heard it many years ago. Can't remember where I heard it. But ever since then, when they play this bad, they morph, and not Mighty Morph. They morph into the Arlington Desperados, and they are desperate. This whole NFC East division went from being really good about a year or two ago to now they are all the Desperados. It should be the NFC Desperados.
Not NFC Desperados. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Mickey says, look, okay, Cole. Hear what I'm saying. So Drew's Commanders and Wise's Giants should play one more game to see who's the dumpster fire team of the year. Well, you might have a point there. You might have a point there. Unfortunately, the Giants and the Commanders don't play anymore this year. They already played twice, and unfortunately, the Commanders took it on the chin both times to the Giants. The reason why I know is because Wise reminds Drew every chance he gets, almost. Victor says, look, I know it's coming. And it is a Cowboys fan, for those who don't know. So I'll lay down for the kicks to start coming. Dante, who's an Eagles fan, he says, look, we're not making it past the first round. We lost too many coaches and replaced them with horrible coordinators. We're going to get to that. Oh, we're going to get. Yeah. And yes, I was going to say addendum. They actually did a great job keeping one of them. And I'm talking about this year, not the two that they lost from last year. Victor says, look, they certainly weren't a good team in Buffalo. Dante says the Eagles was Dallas' Super Bowl. You might have a point there.
I'll agree with that.
I'm not going to disagree with you there. And I actually think they treated the Philly game as that too. The Cowboys, I mean. Victor says, ladies and gentlemen, please stand and groan for the singing of the national anthem for the Moronic Republic of Cowboys Nation, sung by Tyrese Cisco McKnight.
Delete! 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 Delete!
Great chair on the Sunday with the delete from Matt Hardy too. I love it.
Yeah.
Matt Hardy, if you will please.
I had a feeling you were about to click it, so I was like, simultaneously, if we must.
And see, you have compassion. You have a compassionate fan base from Total Football Talk. Victor, you coach, you know, sick. He says, look, I see your frustration, Vic. He says, look, Drew, how dare you associate the Cowboys with Antonio Banderas?
I mean, you got to admit, the name does sound pretty cool. And it's like their alter ego. When you suck, you morph into your alter ego of these sucky, mighty morphing of the Arlington Desperados.
So the Cowboys had a bad loss. Unfortunately, their big-time divisional rival said, hold my beer. We'll talk about that a little later. But the Cowboys fan, especially my man CJ, remember last Sunday night, when you were saying, I'm ordering tickets for the Super Bowl and the 33-13 butt whooping you gave the Eagles, and then you had DeMarcus Lawrence say we punched them in the effing mouth, and we punched them over and over again, and we kept punching them over and over again after they gave up. Well, your team got punched in the mouth, they gave up, and they got punched in the mouth over and over again in Buffalo. No Super Bowl tickets for you. Goodness gracious. But unfortunately, another team in their division said, hold my beer, we'll give you a loss worse. It takes us to Sunday night. Where The Ravens made me very happy. Why? Because they beat one of the Texas divisional rivals, Jacksonville Jaguars, 23-7. And now the Ravens forced the Jaguars to be in a three-way tie for first place in the AFC South with the 8-6 records. Now, of course, yes, I know the Jaguars still hold the tiebreaker advantage because they swept the Colts and they hold a better division record than the Texans. I understand that. However, they're one step closer to the Texans actually doing something that I did not see coming at all. Heck, I didn't even see them being 8-6 at this point at all. But they made me happy Sunday night with the Ravens offense giving me 251 rushing yards. Thank you. Thank you for the ground and pound. And then you have Lamar Jackson, 14-24, 171 yards, a touchdown and a pick. Very pedestrian numbers through the air. On the ground, of course, that's where he shined. 12 carries and 97 yards. And then poor Trevor Lawrence, 25 of 43, 264 yards, a touchdown, and 2. Your thoughts on this game, sir?
This game was not something that anyone would enjoy to watch. It was just an ugly game through and through. And one thing that you and I have talked about several times throughout now 16 episodes Total Football Talk is when your quarterback is leading your team in rushing, it's a big red flag. Now, I will at least give the Ravens credit because Keaton Mitchell definitely held his own there too. He was not a scrub in this game. So had Lamar Jackson had 30 yards less rushing and was second, I could go either way.
I would like it more, yes.
And it kind of gives you less exposure towards potentially taking one bad hit and being out the rest of the season, which we've seen that happen several times before. But when it comes to this right here, they do need to figure this out with only a few weeks left in the season, about to head to the playoffs, because with where you're at right now in your record, you're going to the playoffs. You're going to have some opportunities. You're more likely going to have a first round, whether you get the first round bye or if you have your home games. You're not going to be one to spend that time running around with Lamar Jackson potentially taking one bad hit, and then you're screwed because you don't have a good backup quarterback that's going to be able to do the things for your team, like we've seen other teams, like in Cincinnati, for example, with Browning. We're not going to have a backup situation in Baltimore to be able to withstand that. RG3 is not there, even though he clamored to try to come back to the Browns. They found their good backup being with Joe Flacco. That's a different story we'll get to later on the show when we review next week. But with this right here, Lamar Jackson definitely proven so far throughout this year with what he's done to lead this team to the current wins and losses that they have, along with the production they've gotten out of him. I have to give him all the flowers as much as possible because he's earning that money right now. He did well with negotiating on his own. He didn't need any agents, and look how the dividends are paying off for the Ravens right now, having the record that they have right now and beating a pretty good Jaguars team. But it's like you said, poor Trevor Lawrence going out there, only 264 yards. He had 18 incompletions, and he's not putting the ball in the end zone like Trevor Lawrence is accustomed to doing. And the fact that he, led in rushing as well. You had both quarterbacks from both teams leading in rushing, but his was far more south in numbers as he had 4 carries, 41 yards. 42 yards and 41 yards and only averaged 10 yards per carry. A lot less substantial numbers than what Lamar Jackson did, which is part of the reason why they lost in the decisive way that they did. They need to get their running game established even more because Travis Etienne only had 10 carries, 31 yards. I mean, that's absolutely terrible when you think of that. And I think that goes in both hands. Part of it, you have to give credit to the Baltimore defense because they held him to that. The other part of it, you have to kind of give on the Jaguars offense for not helping provide the lanes and the gaps for him to run through to accrue more yards. So, in kind of give and take on both sides. But I say we have to give more credit to the Ravens on this, and especially Lamar Jackson for tipping the scales because he couldn't get the job done completely at the quarterback position slinging the rock to where he had to extend plays with his legs. Either way, the dual threat quarterback still got it done.
Yeah. Yeah. And it looks like he may have put himself squarely in the middle of the MVP race, not necessarily with this game, but probably setting himself up for a possible spotlight on him. And we'll talk about that, of course, in featured attractions. But yes, thank you, Baltimore Ravens. You made my day complete on Sunday, because now I can say my Texans has a legit shot at winning the AFC South. Thank you again. I appreciate you, Ravens. Although, yes, I know you handed us a 25-9 beatdown in the first game of the year. Still, I thank you nonetheless. All right, let's get to Monday, shall we? Well, how can I say this? The Eagles, I think they really wanted to establish that they were back. Unfortunately, they established that they're going back. And they're now going back to South Philly with a 20-17 L. I'm sorry, I'm saying this wrong. They went back to South Philly with a 20-17. And remember when I talked about the Cowboys and the Bills, that I said that even though that loss was bad by the Cowboys, a division rival said, hold my beer. The Eagles said, hold my beer. And you're saying, well, wait a minute, Cole. The Cowboys got lost by 21, but the Eagles only lost by a field goal. Here's the thing. The Cowboys lost to an AFC team. The Eagles lost to an NFC team. And the Eagles, if they were to have won out, would have won the NFC East no matter what the Cowboys would have done, because they had an advantage with the conference record. Now, each team has 3 NFC losses. So this loss was a really big blow to the Eagles' chances of possibly winning the NFC East and holding on to at least a number 2 seed. Drew Lock, 22 of 33, 208 yards, and a touchdown. We'll talk about that touchdown later. Kenneth Walker III, a good showing, 19 carries, 86 yards, and a touchdown. The Eagles offense, 178 rushing yards. Good effort on the ground with a slick and rainy night. Jalen Hurts, who was an MVP candidate, unfortunately, I think he will not be considered that any longer. 17 of 31, 143 yards, and 2 picks. 13 carries, 82 yards, and 2 rushing touchdowns. One of them off of the, I hope they do not ban brotherly shove. I am praying they don't ban it. But, of course, Jackson Smith, the Jigba, is the star of the game. He gave you a 29-yard game-winning touchdown reception with under 1 minute to go off of a dime that Drew Lock threw. All yours, sir.
Let's get ready to rumble!
I know some people are probably going to throw shade at the Eagles defense.
Stop it. Get some help.
Really? You going to throw shade at the defense? I'm going to roast the one who supposedly got gypped out of the MVP award last year, and that being, oh, I'm so Hurts, Jalen Hurts, okay?
Oh, Lord.
Because you came out to this game, and you threw a miserable 143 passing yards. Congratulations, someone who got gypped out of the MVP last year. You are doing great. Now,
Let me talk to you.
as if I hadn't even said enough at this point, I'm on fire. We're going to keep on roasting this motherfather right here. When it looks to this situation, you threw 2 interceptions in this game. You lost by 3 points. You had Drew Lock out there, who had a winless streak that was almost as long as Roman Reigns being the WWE Undisputed Universal Champion at Heavyweight Champion, as he had like over 1,100 days being winless out here when it comes to comeback wins.
Acknowledge me.
Perfect. You made him look like he was an absolute superstar when you know, I've got. He isn't. He is not a superstar. And when it comes to his production,
Ain't nobody care. Who cares? Ain't nobody care.
now for those of you out there who are going to sit there and say that this game rests on the hands of the defense,
You should know your role and shut your mouth.
follow it up with, we got to pause that. And I know somebody out there is probably crying right now.
You can't handle the truth.
Absolutely. And someone within that team deserves. Because as Dante alluded to in the comments, they made some of the wrong moves during this past offseason when it comes to coordinators. And it's set the trajectory of how this coaching staff is for this team. Now, coaches dial up plays and they set the tone there when it comes to preparation.
Right.
That's one thing.
Mm-hmm.
You can't throw but so much shade on that because Jalen Hurts is the future of the Eagles, the
That's
future at quarterback.
That's
And
true.
he goes out there and lays an egg with 143 passing yards, 2 interceptions. Now, some people will say, well, Drew, he didn't do as bad. He extended the plays with his legs, and he got 82 rushing yards, 2 touchdowns. Congratulations. You still threw 2 important interceptions that changed the course of the game.
Yep.
The Seahawks would not have won by a field goal and gotten that late touchdown that they converted had they not been given the opportunity given that opportunity as a result of those 2 interceptions.
Right.
The Seahawks would not have been hanging around in the game for them to take that last possession and convert it into a touchdown. So you can say whatever you want, but I put sole blame on this game on one person and not even part of the team. And I put it on Jalen Hurts because the hype is too big around this kid. We've seen him get exposed multiple times throughout this season, and this one was definitely one of the bigger times I've seen him getting exposed. It's time to stop talking about him being up there in the top 5 for the MVP race.
Yeah, I think unfortunately that ship is sailed in 2023 for him, and it's unfortunate. It really is unfortunate. Dante, who of course is a huge Eagles fan, he says, "Look, the defense is bad, whatever, but with the weapons on offense and not putting up 24 to 30 points a game, it's a troubling sign. Like the offense should be carrying the team. Not only that, Dante, that offense should be running the ball and not using Jalen Hurts to run the ball more to control the game and carry the team. That's how it was last year. When the Eagles took off, it was that game in the Meadowlands where they threw for 200, there was like 215 yards in the air, and they ran for 240 yards on the ground. That to me is what the Eagles offense should be about. Domination on the ground, and it sets everything else up. And it's unfortunate that the Eagles seem to have forgotten that identity this year, because I have not seen that game yet come from them out of that offense. He also says, look, Locke had half his yards in that last drive. Yeah, he did, because that drive was 92 yards, and just about all those yards was on through the air. And he threw two good passes to seal the deal. He says, "Oh, Jalen Hurts is playing Madden. Hi, run to the right, and then maybe throw a run." He was playing hero ball, which I think that's exactly what he was doing and has been doing the last month.
The next one's a big stat. He has the 0-8 against Pete Carroll.
And to me, that I was not aware that they basically have been the Eagles have been flummoxed against a Pete Carroll coached team. And I think Dante agrees with you. He says last year was a fluke for Jalen. I hope it wasn't, man. I really hope it wasn't a fluke. Because it's almost to the point you're almost thinking, well, it looks like Jalen's taking a step back. I hope that's not the case. Oh, and
delete, delete.
Thank you, sir. Yes. So that's what Victor was saying. Dante continues and says, look, there was no reason for Jalen to throw a Hail Mary and get it picked off. Let me talk about that play. So they were on their own 45, I think, and it was 13 seconds left? It was like 15-ish seconds left. All they needed to do was get maybe 15, I'll say 20 yards to make a makeable field goal from a reliable long-range kicker that they have on the team. I'm thinking to myself, why are you launching a ball down the field like you're saying you're just punting? And yeah, I agree. I think he deserved to have that thing picked, because I was thinking, who called that? I don't care if that came from the sideline. I don't care if that was an audible. That was a bad decision all the way around. And then he says, look, and then his nonchalant attitude just ticked you off even more after a loss. And I get why he wants to be that way. It's like, okay, look, steady hand in the win, steady hand in the loss. But in that type of loss, I'm with you, Dante. That one you have to basically say that freaking sucked. Because we had that in the palm of our hands, and we, as a collective, lost it. And I was the biggest reason why we lost it.
I mean,
and I being Jalen Hurts. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I know you're good. Correct me if I'm wrong, but from Reed to Kelly to Peterson to Sirianni, I feel like when I watch Eagles games, whether it's fourth down or towards the end of the game, they are always trying to go for the home run, whether it's converting on fourth down or a play like this where you could have just made a couple dump plays and gotten out of bounds and kicked the field goal and tied to go to overtime. They get to this point in the game, it's under a minute left, and they go for broke. And there's some times where it pays off, but a lot of the time it doesn't. So they need to do a better job of reviewing history, in my opinion. And, they're obviously not learning from history because, again, I can recall many situations from Reed to a bad NFL head coach in Kelly to Peterson to Sirianni to what we have seen in this past week. They need to go back and review history a little bit more.
Yeah, that's not a bad point. But I was so flustered. I'm an Eagles fan, and I was frustrated. I'm like, why did they call this play? That makes no sense. Extend the game. You're on the road. If you're at home, maybe you try that. But on the road, extend the game. And it wasn't as if your defense played bad. It was just your defense got gassed on the last drive. Unfortunately, that happens. But just launch a pass, and you're hoping that your receiver comes down with it, but you basically have to understand that he's being double covered because the safety's coming from up top. He's going to try to cut off that pass if the ball is underthrown, which it was. I'm like, oh my gosh, it's really, really ridiculous to me. Dante says, look, Sirianni needs to go. Like, woo. He just needs to go. He also says, look, all the other teams just drive down the field, not us. And that's all they needed to do, Dante. I'm like, why are they launching the ball at their 45? Two plays, maybe 20 yards. You get a makeable field goal, you get into overtime. That just makes too much sense. But I think I agree with you. The Eagles want to just go for broke, and in this case, they went for broke, and they had to eat the L because that was a bad decision, horrible decision. Oh my gosh, that was terrible. Oh, but speaking of bad decisions. Oh, yes, ladies and gentlemen, the upset of the week happens to be the Atlanta Falcons, who was favored to beat the Carolina Panthers in a game where tickets were going for 45 cents. And along with this being the upset of the week, it also was a 9-7. 9-7 was the final score, and a fellow brother of ours, playmaker, said, "Yeah, who scored the touchdown?" I said, "Yeah, the Falcons." Who lost the game? The Falcons. Yes, the team that scored the touchdown took the loss. Oh my gosh. Okay, Bryce Young, 18 to 24, 167 yards. Okay, got that out the way. Probably the best game he's ever had in the NFL thus far. Chuba Hubbard. That's actually his name. 22 carries, 87 yards, 2 receptions, 16 yards. Desmond Ridder, 12 of 20, 152 yards, a touchdown, and interception. And, sir, tear down this dumpster pelican of a game, please.
This game absolutely depressed so many people out there watching this. I mean, if you are a Panthers fan, I wouldn't blame you if you don't even watch football anymore after this past weekend. Because your team may have won, but it was a very depressing way to win. Bryce Young, 167 yards, couldn't even get the ball in the end zone as a quarterback, okay? Did a great job, but not great enough, in my opinion. I mean, he did great enough to get this win, but still, you know, I just don't see anything positive besides Chuba Hubbard being there in the backfield running the ball for this team. And there needs to be more pieces added to this offense and defense. I mean, and you can't really get excited for holding the Falcons to 7 points because they've been terrible this season. I mean, they're 6-8. Arthur Smith is more than likely going to lose his job at the end of this year based on the way that this team has played. Desmond Ridder, only 152 yards on 12 completions, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. You know, there's been so much hype around some of the players in this team, Jonnu Smith, Kyle Pitts, and they were somewhat quiet. I mean, Jonnu Smith only got 2 receptions for those 61 yards, and you can't get so excited about that compared to how quiet he was for the rest of the game. So when it comes to this right here, the Panthers are the laughing stock of the NFL because they're not only the worst team in the NFL, but they don't even get to utilize their pick for next year. As the Chicago Bears not only have their first-round pick that'll more likely be a top 10 pick, but they have the number 1 overall pick from the Panthers in that stupid trade they made for Bryce Young this past season when they definitely had some other talented quarterbacks they could have picked up with whatever draft picks they had that they gave away. So for the Panthers, I don't want to take up too much time giving them a hard time, but, you know, we've already got Mick over here trying to rush us into our picks. We hadn't even gone to a commercial break yet, so I'm going to go as easy on the Panthers right now, but I'm going to dial back into this when we give our preview for next week.
I just know that the Falcons, you should have an easy time of it with the Panthers. And for you, you're contending for the NFC South crown. And I'm wasting my breath. Game of the week. Forget them. All right. From a game that was horrible to a game that actually was entertaining. The Vikings and the Bengals. I know you're saying the Vikings. How could you say they played an entertaining game where they just played a 3-0 victory over the Raiders the week before? Well, the Vikings changed quarterbacks. They went from Joshua Dobbs to Nick Mullins. I know you're saying, wait a minute, Cole. Nick Mullins, really? But it was a great game. The Bengals, they fought hard, but the Bengals came back and they beat the Vikings 27-24 in overtime. Jake Browning, who has actually been a beautiful performer in the last 3 weeks, 29-42, 324 yards, 2 touchdowns, and a pick. Trey Hendrickson gave you a sack and a half for the Bengals on defense. And the aforementioned Nick Mullins, 26 of 33, 303 yards, 2 touchdowns, 2 INTs. And yes, you know that there was no Joshua Dobbs. He got benched. Ty Chandler in the backfield, 23 carries, 132 yards, and a touchdown. And he had 132 of the 143 rushing yards the team accrued. Jordan Addison, 6 receptions, 111 yards, and 2 touchdowns. And if I'm mistaken, I think in coming back, Justin Jefferson had 6 receptions, 81 yards, and I think he also had a touch. No, 6 81 yards. But Jordan Addison, 2 touchdowns, one off of ridiculously beautiful catch. Vikings defense gave you 4 sacks. Danielle Hunter gave you 2 of those 4 with an INT. And T. Higgins, the presence of mind to get to come from the end zone to help your quarterback out with a catch at the Vikings 2, and as you're getting pulled out of bounds, have the presence of mind to break the pylon, reaching the ball over the end zone. One of the best catches of the year. Great presence of mind. Wonderful game. Your thoughts, sir?
Definitely a good pick for the game of the week right here. And Jake Browning, this kid has been doing his job ever since having to come in off the bench and fill in for a situation that it's a very tough situation for most backups to fill in, especially at the time of the year that it did happen. He's been out there for quite some time, and you have to give him credit for helping keeping this Bengals team relevant. Because many people could say this team was built around Joe Burrow at the quarterback position, but you also have to look at the wideouts they have. They probably have the best wideout core of anybody in the league. When you think of Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, Tyler Boyd, I mean, those 3 right there made some noise in this game. They've been making noise throughout the games, throughout the entirety of the season, and they're doing it with a team that's not establishing the run that well. I mean, the Bengals have had some issues establishing the run, which have definitely been part of their exposed moments within those 6 losses. But for them to be 8-6 and 2 games over 500 at this point in the year with their backup in there, throwing for over 300 yards, I get it, he threw an interception, but, I mean, he is a backup. He only gets so much time to play out there on the field. Nick Mullins coming in, getting 300 yards on the day, definitely did a pretty solid job with Ty Chandler running the ball around, getting 132 yards. It looked like he was going to lead the Minnesota Vikings towards another victory, and they would have been 8-6 instead of the Bengals. But unfortunately, it didn't quite work out, as those 2 interceptions that Nick Mullins threw had a big impact on how this game went down, and the fact that it needed overtime to get the decisive victory for the Bengals. I don't think it would have gone that way had Mullins thrown 1 less interception. I think Nick Mullins was the one that cost him the game, but I can't get so upset at him because he doesn't hardly play. And they've been going through quarterbacks in Minnesota, like changing bed sheets, trying to figure this thing out. So, it is what it is, but at least the Bengals' storied season behind Jake Browning lives on, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, and I'm proud of Jake Browning. And there's some who want to throw shade, say, well, there's no need for Joe Burrow. I mean, look at what Jake Browning is doing. Joe Burrow just is a systems quarterback.
Stop it. Get some help.
I'm sorry. That take deserves And we will talk about the 8-6 Bengals along with other teams later on. I think that'll be in the chopping block segment. But this actually ends opening drive. We'll be right back right after this.
All right, let's go. We got trips right at 42, 989 on 2. Ready? Quick.
We're just getting started. Total Football Talk will return right after this.
Everything Boston. I love you morons. New Kids on the Block, New Edition.
Dear whatever the law firm is. Sincerely, the U.S. Supreme Court.
Ready to hang with some fellas who know football? Let's ride. LC Muscles 28.
I think they're the most overrated defense in the league.
Steel Sermon.
We did not trail for a single second.
Tiny Tim.
McCarthy is a bonehead.
A Pistol 90.
I'm going with my boys. Fins up, baby.
Get ready for the 4 Horsemen of Peckham's. Every Wednesday night at 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 p.m. Central on YouTube. Bobby J.
You got the option to cry for the government. You got the option to protest. You got the option to keep buying, but this is also an option.
Wise El Jefe.
We're the first tech geeks. We're the first gamers. We're the first everything. Everything. Like Gen X's, we are the ones.
BS3 Network proudly presents the crew from the New York boroughs who never wants that smoke. Nah, they want that fire. Bobby J and Wise El Jefe. Fridays at 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Central. Check your local listings for your viewing and listening pleasure.
All right, man. Before we carry on with the show, how do I get back in this PSF stream? Because I've never had to join. I've always hosted. I don't know how to get back in. So
it should be a mic, I think, when you go into the room. You hit that. There we go.
Okay. My bad. I did not know. Not used to being on that side of it. But yes, we are back.
Thank you. Thank you. And I caused the technical difficulty. My bad.
So guys, as long as I get back in there, I was like, how do I get back in? I'm left out in the cold twice in 2 days. It's all good.
Oh Lord, welcome back to Talk Football Talk. As you can see, we're having a ball. We're having a ball with each other, and we're having a ball with you. Thank you so much. Oh, and Dante, he says, look, my brother is a Falcons fan. And I have many Falcons fans that I know too, because I'm married into a family that's from southwestern Georgia, so I know the pain that I hear from them. He says, and my other brother's a Dolphins fan. He said we watch the games together, and that tradition is over. Yeah, I've never been so bored. I know the feeling. I know it actually, to me, I actually like being around people of other fandoms. Because it gives me a better perspective of the team that they follow, and I've gotten a more enriched understanding of the Washington culture, and a more enriched understanding of the Giants, of course, and of the Cowboys, and so I get what you're saying, Dante. That's how I feel. Although I don't have a brother, I have a brother-in-law, but yeah, it's just a great feeling. It's a great feeling. All right, and now since everything is back on to the Gridiron Scoop.
Had me for a second, made me leave.
Mason Rudolph, for a guy that I said that he has 4 thumbs on each hand, is looking to start. Oh my gosh. Okay, so of course, loses of 3 straight games. The Steelers are. They are now turning to Mason Rudolph. Though the head coach of the team, Mike Tomlin, stopped short of definitely naming him the starter for the game they are going to be playing in Saturday, the NBC's game of the week. Their pivotal divisional matchup against the Bengals. We'll touch on that later. He actually said Rudolph is going to be the guy that's going to have the ball. So he went onward to say, quote, oh my goodness. It's our intention as we sit here today to give Mason Rudolph an opportunity to start. He's a veteran guy. He's a backup, but he's also a veteran guy. He's been in an organization for a long time. He's here for those reasons. We got a great deal of comfort with them. Close quote. The question I have is, does he still see Myles Garrett in his? No, that's not the question I have to ask. The question I do really legitimately have to ask is, should Kenny Pickett gear up for the 2024 season, or should he clamor to come back for the stretch drive?
I think that the Steelers are going to kind of keep that door open for Kenny Pickett because they know that they're screwed if they fully rely on Mr. Trubisky, for one, but also Mason Rudolph. This team right here definitely, has turned to Rudolph in many points back when you look at when they had, Big Ben in there, and they were turning to him then. And then he's bounced around and done some things, throughout the league, and the XFL and all that stuff since then, that being Mason Rudolph. But, looking right here, I think you have a better chance winning this next game if you go with Mason Rudolph over Mitch Trubisky for one. But also, you've had the variety of your success this year, despite how bad he's played at certain points with Kenny Pickett. So, even though I don't really want to give him so much credit because I don't feel like he is the answer long-term at quarterback for the Steelers, I feel like if he's going to continue his career in the NFL for any team, for any one of the other 31 teams as a starter or as a career backup, you need to kind of find your way back onto the field this year to prove that you are tough and you have that grit to come back. And we'll see. We'll see if the Steelers can make some noise, but I don't have a lot of faith in them, especially listening to what Big Ben said on the Pat McAfee show not too long ago, where he's talking about how this culture in that locker room is just completely depleted. It is not what he saw when he was just there, a year ago. So looking at how the Steelers are right now, there's a lot of question marks in there, but I think the door is open for Kenny Pickett to return this season. Will he or won't he? We're going to have to see how the next couple of weeks pan out first.
That's a good analysis there. I agree. I think it has to be a wait and see approach for him. As for the other quarterbacks that simply are a revolving door under center for the Steelers,
that's terrible.
That pretty much describes it best. Yeah. Now, how can I say this? Pseudo defensive coordinator, not so pseudo defensive coordinator situation in Philly, because Sean Desai, who is still the defensive coordinator of the Eagles, was moved to the coach's box, and on the sideline was Matt Patricia. Of course, it was the more seasoned guy who has been the defensive coordinator of the Super Bowl champion New England Patriots. He inherited defensive play calling duties. Now, he has remained largely in the shadows since being hired as a senior defensive assistant this offseason. He hasn't been made available to talk to reporters despite requests. Desai, though, has spoken every week, as the coordinators always do. Now, we saw his performance Monday in the 20-17 loss that the Eagles took at the hands of the Seahawks. Why are the Eagles creating more problems than they can handle right now?
I mean, that's a good question, because Matt Patricia, I mean, you have to resort to Matt Patricia. You are grasping at straws in that moment. It is bad to have this situation going for the Eagles. It definitely has thrown enough red flags throughout this season, and especially at this point, to tell you they are not making a return trip to the Super Bowl this season. If they do, it'll be the grace of a 1% miracle, because it is not happening for the Eagles this season. So Matt Patricia has done okay as a defensive coordinator in one place, but everywhere else he's been outside of that one place, he's not had success. And the people under that coaching tree that he is from, coaches from there, haven't had any success except for the current coach in New York for the New York Giants. So when I look at this, and he still hasn't had the grandest of success, but probably the better of the ones in that tree. Patricia, leaning on him to take over these duties, I just don't think is going to be the greatest of moves for this team. And I think they're going to definitely revisit this during the offseason and hopefully make the right move. If you're an Eagles fan looking in on this, hopefully they make the right move for you and you're okay with it. But I know, just like Dante and many other ones we've talked to who follow this team and are fans of this team, you're definitely disgusted with what you've been seeing over the course of the past 3 weeks now being on this losing streak.
Yeah, and you should be. I mean, you're as opposed to last year, this year you're starting to see a lot of indecision. And not just on the defensive side of the ball, the offensive side of the ball too has been extremely indecisive. And to me, if you're going to say, okay, well, we're going to have our assistant call defensive players, but the defensive coordinator is still going to remain the guy in charge of the defense. Oh gosh, you're creating issues, and this team needs to be solidified in some way, shape, form, or fashion, because now you're looking in the face of not just 3 straight defeats, but 3 straight defeats, 2 of them to the 2 teams you want to chase for the best record in the conference. And all 3 of them are in the NFC. And if you're going to be in the number 1 or even the number 2 seed, you need all the NFC wins you can get, and you can ill afford to get any NFC losses. So now they have 3 in the last 3 weeks, and it's making this 10-1 start look extremely bad now that they're 10-4. Hopefully they can get it going and get it straight. I mean, heck, they have the Cardinals and 2 Giants games remaining. Now we talked about a team that's in the playoffs because the Eagles did qualify, and so did the Cowboys. The Jets were eliminated in a 30-0 defeat at the hands of the Dolphins. However, Aaron Rodgers is not eliminated, or at least not yet. Now, with the clock going on a decision to should I stay or should I go now with Aaron Rodgers, the Jets coach Robert Saleh indicated this past Monday that the 4-time MVP is itching to play again in 2023, but the coach adamantly refused to comment on whether Rodgers will see the field again, saying, quote, Aaron wants to play. Let's not confuse that one. That's why he's been working so hard to get back. His willingness to play, even if he's not 100%, is at the forefront of his mind. He wants to go, but until he's actually cleared, I'm not going to talk about it with anybody. Close quote. Okay, why is Saleh being a hypocrite in saying he's not going to talk about anybody, but you just said I'm sorry, no, bad. That's not the question. Why did the Jets want to hurt Aaron Rodgers?
That's a good question. It would not be a smart move for Aaron Rodgers to come out there with 3 weeks left, knowing that they are eliminated from the playoffs. But again, he did put in all this work to come back. And if Aaron Rodgers plays this season, Cole, it's because he's going to retire during the offseason. There's no other reason for him to come back this year unless he wanted to just prove that he did all the work. He came back. He's done because he's 40. And even though he did sign a multi-year deal, he might have decided throughout this rehab that regardless of how the team is when he is cleared, whether it's with 3 weeks left or 2 weeks left or hell with even 1 week left, he wants to get back on the field to show that he did the impossible and then hang it up on a good note because he went down a bad note, on the 4th play of the season in the first drive. So when I look at this right here, I would say that's the only reason why Aaron Rodgers comes back this year, because if you go out there and you re-snap that twig or you make it even worse, then you're going to be starting off the next season, probably on the injured list and not starting that first week 1. And it's going to give you some setbacks during training camp. So at this point, you'd be better off not letting your team try to hurt you. But this is not surprising seeing the New York Jets in the dumpster fire they have been for several decades now. So to hear these things that they want to throw him out there and him saying these hypocritical things like Robert Saleh saying, it does not surprise me one bit, but it will surprise me if Aaron Rodgers does actually step foot outside of those lines into the gridiron and plays at some point this season. It would make absolutely no sense. You're already 40 years old. If you're truly going to play next year, you need to get your body back to 100, and you need to upgrade that offensive line before you even step out in that field, because they are the biggest reason why you've been off the field this entire time.
Yeah. And you raise a good point, because he did sign a multi-year deal. And I think the only way you would see him want to push so hard to get back is that he's like, okay, it's done. And yeah, your point being, I'm sorry, and to bolster your point, yeah, Rodgers blew the candles to his 40th birthday 2 weeks ago. So yeah, he may have said, okay, the grind is just not what I want to do anymore.
$35 million he'd be leaving on the table, though, if he does that, though. If he doesn't come back. It's a lot of money. And being a host on Jeopardy ain't going to get you that much money, or despite whatever else you do out there. I think he comes back next year, and I don't think we see him at all this year, is my guess, because it would be stupid to do that.
That's what I believe. I'm thinking
and he's not stupid.
No, he's not. And I'm that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking, okay, yeah, he probably it's like, okay, well, I'm gonna show that I'll be ready, but I don't know if I'm going to step on the field until September. So I think that's what he should do, and I think that's what the Jets should encourage him to do. But this him and Han saying, yeah, he should play, especially now since these games don't matter. Forget it. Oh my goodness. Ayahuasca is now making the whole Jets team stupid. Goodness gracious.
Can't blame.
Total football talk. Oh yeah, where are my dogs at?
Welcome back to Total Football Talk, and now we are at the point of the show where we award the grand champ of the week or the dog of the week, and for his grand champ, I cede the floor to Drew.
You know, this one was a pretty tough one this week.
Yeah.
There were many people out there that had some great games. Jake Browning again with leading the Bengals in overtime to that victory. You got to look at Drew Lock and snapping that winless streak. You know, that's someone that I thought about picking in this as well. John Matthew Stafford did pretty decent for the Rams and leading them to a victory over the Commanders. You know, and Jalen Waddle, 8 receptions, 142 yards, 1 TD, along with Tua, only having 3 incompletions on the game. If Joe Flacco didn't have 3 interceptions, I probably would have picked him. But I have to look at one game in particular. In this game right here, I've thrown a little bit of shade on their fan base throughout this year because of how overhyped they've made this team. But now seeing it at this point is definitely warranted. So for my dog of the week, I have to go with someone within the San Francisco 49ers team.
Okay.
And I want to give it to Brock Purdy because of what he's done to rehabilitate himself and come back, throw 4 touchdowns like he did, and only had 9 incompletions on the game. But for someone who is in the MVP race as a running back and what he did in this game, having what was it, 115 yards rushing on 18 carries and 1 touchdown, and that wasn't even it. The man had 5 receptions for 72 yards and 2 touchdowns. I have to give it to CMC, Christian McCaffrey. Now, I'm not one to ever take things and put color on anything, but it's not that often that you have a white running back doing the things that Christian McCaffrey's doing. And he's doing it in a system that's like tailor-made for him, because since coming over from Carolina, a team that you can absolutely tell the only breath of fresh air they had when his career was being played in Carolina was Christian McCaffrey. He has been the perfect piece to bring over. And people were throwing some shade on that trade eventually, even though it looked like the 49ers got a steal, but they thought that McCaffrey was washed up when he first came over to San Francisco. We have seen the complete opposite and seen Kyle Shanahan utilize him to the greatest of his abilities. It is going to pay off with a Super Bowl appearance this year. I don't know if they're going to win in this moment, but it's going to pay off in a Super Bowl appearance. So 49ers, get excited. You got the great right there with the running back there, and you have to give it to him, and you have to give him the credit, and that being Christian McCaffrey.
That really is a good pick. And I think he's been the guy that has steadied the ship for the team. Although, yes, if you're going to talk grand scale, MVP talk more than likely is going to go in Purdy's direction instead of McCaffrey's. But McCaffrey is the engine that has made that team go, along with Samuel, along with Williams, and yes, along with Purdy. I mean, that team just runs well with them. So yeah, great choice. Great choice. I really am surprised I'm going to go here, but I have to go here. You know, we are unbiased. I mean, we may throw shade at players, but we give flowers even to the players we throw shade to. I mean, heck, we have run a commercial where we talk about where one talks about a person who has played like a dumpster pelican, and he had a game where I gave him a Grand Champ award. So we are unbiased party. In this case, Baker Mayfield, to me, he's going to get the award here. I'm actually pleasantly surprised that he has gotten his stuff together. I mean, he's not playing spoiled. He actually is playing like a leader. And to throw for almost 400 yards and throw for 4 touchdowns, and the only blemish I could say is a lost fumble, and he did it in an economical 22 or 28 day, and with a running attack that was okay but not outstanding. I actually like that. So great performances all throughout, even on defense. I could have given it to Tano Pasagnan, the pass rusher for the Saints that got 3 sacks. Could have given it to TJ Watt. He got 2 sacks. I could have given it to the whole defensive front for the Texans who sacked Will Levis 7 times. But or I could have given it to Jared Goff, who threw for 5 touchdowns. But I really feel as though this should be Baker Mayfield's award to win this week for me, because he has gotten a bad rap, and I think now it's going to take him and a host of others, of course, but it's going to have to take him in performances like this for the Buccaneers to clamp down, to have their heads go straight to the finish line, and to repeat as NFC South champs, because they need to have him play like that. So, Baker, hats off to you. You represent that horrible college in Norman, Oklahoma. Right back.
Coming up next, the featured attractions. This is Total Football Talk. Comey Media Incorporated, creating content magic in the real world.
Little right here. Look at the inside of these cakes. Now, when you bite into it, just as I demonstrated while you were talking at the beginning of your discussion right there, I could taste the drugs inside of this cake, Sick. I could taste the addiction within the cream filling of this cake right here, to where they not only us with that cake right there, but they made an ice cream out of it. They made an ice cream out of it. A 1-pint Christmas tree cake ice cream. Look at that little just smile up there. Look, she is up to no good on there. Look at that. Look at that smile on there, Sick. She knows that she got you. Got him is what's in her mind right now.
Acknowledge me.
Look at that little smile right there. She's up to no good.
D. Willie in the evening. Thursdays at 11:15 p.m. Eastern, 10:15 p.m. Central. Exclusively on Sertoba Media, where the struggle is real to be awesome.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, look. Hey, stop playing games. Y'all already know. Go ahead and toss him some Willie Bucks. Ain't nobody playing around. Hey, $sign D Willie 87. Go ahead, hit him up on the Cash App, and go ahead and give him some Willie Bucks. Look at Drew looking stoic, ladies and gentlemen. Stoic on that $10 bill. So go ahead, slide my man over some Willie Bucks, and we good. That's all I'm saying. We good. Some Willie Bucks.
Sertoba Media, where the struggle is real to be awesome.
If you're looking for a sports program that gives you the flavor.
Washington Commanders? Really?
This whole thing stinks to high heaven.
That pulls no punches.
Thuggish act by a thuggish actor.
That gives you some humor.
Praise everything LeBron does and never criticize it.
If you want a show that gives you good times, then this is that show. BS3 Network proudly presents.
I am Cole Johnson, and welcome to
Cole Sports with a Z. Every Friday on Patreon, and every Saturday on YouTube, Spreaker, and all other outlets.
Welcome back to Total Football Talk with Drew Willingham. I'm Cole Johnson, and my brother just made me happy in the commercial break. I totally appreciate that set of news, and to my hopefully future brother, Kyle. Yes,
absolutely, Kyle. Yeah, I told Cole during the commercial break about the discussion we had after the show. I'll clip this out, send it to you, Kyle Nash, so that way you can get excited as at some point early 2024, out of all of our busy schedules, Cole's especially, mine and yours, Kyle, we will find some type of way to carve this out, make this happen for one awesome debate show.
Yeah, it is. Now, from one awesome debate show to one awesome analyst show, let's continue onward. Featured attractions. Let's pull back the curtain. All right, in featured attractions, we feature, important word there, the most important games of the upcoming week. So we're now down the stretch drive, and now there's certain games that have playoff implications. The first of which, Lions at Vikings. Now, of course, if the Lions win, they clinch the NFC North. If the Vikings win, of course, they stay alive. They're in the playoff hunt now. They stay alive with a wild card, and they still have an outside shot of winning the NFC North because they end the season playing in Detroit. So the kickoff of this game is Sunday at 1 p.m. in the Twin Cities. It will be 12 Central. All the times that we announce are Eastern. So it's a Sunday 1 p.m. kick. Vikings hosting the Lions. For the Lions, now we saw them this past Saturday, I think, put forth probably the best team game effort I've seen this year from them. And I think they've had some issues playing against their divisional rivals. They split with the Packers, but they had a stinker of a Thanksgiving game against them. And the Bears, they almost let the Bears beat them in Detroit, and they simply got mollywopped in the second half when they played the game in Chicago. Can the Lions seal the deal in Minneapolis and clinch the NFC North?
I think they can, and they might need to bring a Thomas the Train video out there and just say, "I think I can, I think I can, I think I can," before this game gets started, because you got this far into the season. You're 10-4. You were biting off kneecaps as Man Campbell was motivating you towards this great play results that we have been seeing throughout these 10 wins that you've had. With 4 losses you've had have been somewhat embarrassing, especially with that last one that you had just brought up. But with this right here, based on the merry-go-round of quarterbacks we're seeing in Minnesota as a result of Kirk Cousins going down, I think the Lions have a really good chance of doing this in Minnesota and finally clinching the NFC North so they can have some breathing room these last couple of weeks to get some guys rested up and ready to roll in the playoffs.
I agree. I agree, and I think that should be the rallying cry to me. It's, this is a must game. This is a must win. Treat this as a playoff game, and if they do that, I think they will come out on top. But for the Vikings on the other end, oh, I'm sorry, the Lions are favored on the road by 3.5. The Vikings on the other end, they they play a game in Las Vegas where it took them a field goal at the 2-minute warning to win the game 3-0. And their offense was atrocious. Then they go to Cincy, and their offense seemed to actually go pretty well. But you mentioned it earlier in the opening drive. One Nick Mullins pick sort of messed all of that up in a loss, although they got over 300 yards. I'm sorry, 400 yards of offense. Or the Vikings headed in the right direction with Nick Mullins under center.
They don't really have any other choice. They don't really have anybody else that they can throw out there and have somewhat success. They're doing the best they can with Nick Mullins. He is no scrub, and it isn't his first go around at the quarterback position in the NFL. He's seen a little bit of success here and there, but to be able to go past this Lions team, even though you are at home, based on the way they've won those 10 games, I just don't see that Nick Mullins is the answer of helping the Vikings get over the hump in this game.
Oh, I agree with that. Now, the Vikings may surprise me, but I still think it's going to be a good game, but I think the Vikings might surprise me. I'm not so sure about it. Who do you have in this one?
This one, I think by at least double digits, by at least 10 points, I'll say. I think the Lions take this one in Minnesota and clinch the division and get one step closer towards making some noise in this year's playoffs. It's finally time for the Lions to do it. They're way overdue.
Yes, they are. They are. And they are currently right now, they're the number 3 seed. And yes, they have same 10-4 record as the Eagles and the Cowboys do. Of course, one of the NFC East teams has to be in the 5th seed position. That would be the Eagles right now. The Lions are number 3 because they, if not mistaken, I think they have a worst they have a worse percentage of win percentage against the teams that are, I think, playoff caliber as the Cowboys are, because I think they both have the same amount of L's in the conference. So that's why they're the number 3 seed. I also picked the Lions too. I think they're going to clinch the NFC North in Minneapolis this coming Sunday. Now, speaking of the Cowboys, they took an L in Western New York. Now they travel to South Beach to play the Dolphins. The Cowboys 10-4. The Dolphins are also 10-4. The Cowboys already have clinched a playoff spot. Now, if I'm not mistaken, I think if the Dolphins win, they will clinch a playoff spot. Now, of course, they are hoping to fend off the Bills, and they're hoping that it will not come down to a Week 18 matchup in South Beach against them. But we'll talk about the Dolphins in a minute. The Cowboys seem to have a problem, although they have a great record, and they have run off a slew of victories before Sunday. They can't run the ball, and at times they are woefully ineffective stopping the run. How can the Cowboys get better at running the ball and stopping the run?
It's a really good question because they have question marks, a lot of them on both sides between running the ball and then stopping the ball from being ran on the other side. Tony Pollard, as much hype as he had as the 1-2 punch with Zeke, is been letting them down over the course of the past 3-4 weeks, especially as he's barely getting over 50 yards running per game. It was like 3-4 weeks ago, I believe, he came close to having 70 yards, but was still in the 60s and had a touchdown. And I think it was on like 20 or so carries. So looking back on that and talking about that then and looking on it now, their running game has been suspect ever since they did away with the 1-2 punch. You were spending a lot of money on that other running back to have the 1-2 punch, and it wasn't paying enough dividends. But I think during this offseason, the Cowboys are going to need to draft or pick up in free agency another good caliber running back to where Tony Pollard can feed off of. because Tony Pollard was feeding off of Zeke. We saw his best
Mm-hmm.
productive games when he had Zeke there. They were feeding off of each other, and he was still finding ways to get over 100 yards rushing and multiple touchdowns in the game like Tony Pollard was,
Right.
which is why they made the decision to do away with Zeke, and he went to New England. We already know how that's going,
Mm-hmm.
but
Right.
we also know how it's going without Zeke here. Now, I'm not saying that he's worth the money to keep him around to have that 1-2 punch option, but now that it's kind of been exposed this season, you know what you need to do during the offseason to make moves to accommodate that. Based on the question marks there and the question marks on their inability to stop the run on the defensive part, they're great on pass defense.
Yes, they are.
And that's what's kept them relevant throughout this season, and especially without Trayvon Diggs. When you think about how much of an impact he makes to that defense, for them to do what they've been doing without
That's the
him,
miraculous part right there.
very, very miraculous. You're going to have to address that during the offseason. And I think with you bringing this up right now is big with only a few weeks left in the season because, yeah, the Cowboys might have clinched a spot in the playoffs and they may get a first round bye at some point. They keep on winning or whatnot and get there. But we've seen so many teams do great with statistics or whatnot, or great with wins and losses, get to the postseason and then get embarrassed in that first week that they play, even if they have a first week bye. I'm not buying the hype on the Cowboys by some of these fans out there that are going, Cowboys are amazing. It's not going to happen this year. You're not winning a Super Bowl. You still have some other pieces like what you just said in this statement or this question to address, and that is establishing the run and stopping the run. And in my opinion, the only way they can do that is if they add another piece to have a 1-2 punch for the running game and address the issues they have with the inability to stop the run on the defensive side by making a move or two during this offseason for that as well.
I agree. But they need to have I call a hole plugger. They need or a space eater. They need to have a space eater to stop the run, and they don't really have one. And as far as running is concerned, it's not that the offensive line is bad. It's just that the philosophy is not all that great. And yes, Tony Pollard, I 100% agree with you, has been a massive disappointment when they have thrown the you're the number one running back label on him. Because yes, he fed. That's a great point. He fed off of Ezekiel Elliott, and now he doesn't look quite as hungry. He actually looks extremely exposed. Now, a team that does not have a problem running the ball is the Dolphins. Now, they have sometimes a problem stopping it, sometimes. But running the ball is not a problem against them. They can run the ball effectively. Of course, they can pass it. And I believe Tyreek Hill will be coming back for this game. So the problem to me is not offense or defense. The problem to me is the schedule. And I'm not talking about the Cowboys. No. The next game is New Year's Eve for them in Baltimore. So how can the Dolphins guard against looking ahead to the game in Baltimore? Hopefully, the carrot of if you win this game this coming Sunday, you're in the playoffs should do it. But it might not. What do you think?
It's going to be a very, very tough one to overcome in that situation when it comes to, this right here with the Dolphins guard looking to go ahead and I just don't have any high hopes for this. And coming off of that game with Baltimore, I just don't think that it's going to be that big of an impact. And the one thing that I can say is that their defense might not be the greatest part on the Dolphins side, but the Cowboys defense has got the question marks more, in my opinion. I feel like the Dolphins are going to be able to torch that Cowboys defense, and we're going to see an outcome I don't want to give too much of a prediction on right now until we get to that next part of this featured attraction.
I will say this, and I agree with you. The Dolphins defense is not where it's at in terms of, when you watch this team, you expect them to do well, but they do well enough. They're not such the albatross to where it's like, the offense has to score 40 points in order for them to have a chance of winning. That defense can give you some stops, So yeah, that's why I said that that's not they're not really troubled in personnel, so to speak. But I think they may be looking ahead. Like I believe they looked ahead to possibly the slated games coming up with the game they lost at home against the Titans. Now the Dolphins are favored at home by 1.5 in this game. So who do you have in this one?
Based on the video game numbers we have seen the Dolphins put up throughout different points of this year, they've been humbled in certain cases, but they wouldn't have the stat line that they have this year based on how well that offense has played without the tone that's been set in that locker room from Coach McDaniel. I mean, it has definitely been something we have seen. It has been a great turnaround for them since Brian Flores left, where it was, dismissed with all the BS and stuff that followed there.
Right.
You have to give the credit where it's due, and I feel like with this, I have to predict the Dolphins to win this game. Cowboys are already in. It's time for the Dolphins to get their guaranteed spot in the playoffs for one, but also prove that they belong. And beating a team of the caliber of the Cowboys would do that for the Dolphins. I think the Dolphins get this win. It's going to be a tight one because both teams are pretty good. It might be if Dak is on his game. If he is on his game and does not, and does not play like he did this past week, I would say that it would be a close game. But by the end of it, when the clock strikes 0, the Dolphins are going to win this game, in my opinion.
I really can't challenge that. I can't push back on that because I think that's what it's going to be. I think it's going to be a great game. I think Dak is going to give you a really good performance, but I think it's going to be all for naught sort of thing. And I think the Dolphins have more to play for because I agree with you. The Cowboys, yes, they're crossing their fingers hoping they can get the number 1 seed, but we'll talk about why I think that's going to be a futile effort and attempt for them. But they actually now have the tiebreaker in the NFC East in their hands. So yes, they have something for which to defend, and they're already in the playoffs. The Dolphins aren't. So I think the Dolphins have more to play for, and they're at home, and the Dolphins are a much better team at home. They're on the road. And this will get the Dolphins can't beat a team that is above 500 monkey off their back for this year. So yeah, I agree with you.
And then Josh and PSF chat. Because basically with what we had here with the featured attractions, I had asked, I said, what's the game that you look forward to the most? And Josh says that he looks forward to the Bucks and the Jags the most this week. Because it's going to be a pretty interesting game. There's going to be a lot that is a result that follows up with that game. There's going to be a lot of results that come from that game. Whoever wins, it's going to be a very positive thing for either one of those teams.
And look, personally, that's one of the games I'm looking forward to. And I think Josh went on to say that they're a better football team than the Jags currently. And that, of course, he feels as Mayfield's playing better ball than Lawrence. And that they have a better receiving core with Christian Kirk still out. He feels as though they have a better running game. And I can't really disagree. White versus Etienne. Yeah. And he feels as though they have a better offensive line, just a better overall offense in general. The only pushback I'll have about that is, to me, the Bucks are inconsistent on offense, and they're too inconsistent to me for my liking on offense. Jaguars a little more consistent. They just aren't as when they are at their playing at the top of the game. They aren't as explosive as I think I would like for them to be.
Hey, but he's a Jags fan. Looking at what he just said.
Yeah.
For one, he's a Jags fan. He's ripping them. He knows about that three-way tie, even though they got the tiebreaker at 6 for that division. However, old Bunker Stayfield just had a perfect passer rating in the frozen, non-frozen tundra of Lambeau Field this past weekend. And that's something that we'll definitely touch up more when we get to this game here in the featured attractions.
Yeah, and yes, and Josh, I'm a Texas fan, so of course I got to root for the Bucks. However, I'm not one of those that just dumps on divisional rival teams unless they're the Titans in this case. I'm proud of your Jags. They deserve what they get, and they have battled hard to get to this point, and hopefully they can continue to battle, because I really love the fight of the team. I love the fight of the Jags. But let's get to the game of the week to me, which I think this will be the game of the week when we review this game the next week. The 49ers host the Ravens. Both teams are 11-3. Both teams has clinched a playoff spot. The 49ers has already clinched the NFC West. And the layout goes as follows. The 49ers will clinch the number 1 seed if they win this game, and the Lions lose to the Vikings. The Cowboys lose to the Dolphins, and the Eagles take an L to the Giants. I don't see that happening. Not for this week. The Ravens, they will clinch the AFC North if they win, and the Browns lose to the Texans at home. I can see that. I mean, Browns lose to the Texans on the road. I'm sorry. I can see that happening a little more. And I'm not saying it because I'm a Texas fan. I'm saying it because Browns sometimes could be disastrous on the road. But this game, Christmas night, 8:50 p.m. kickoff. Let's start with the Ravens first. So they don't have the most impressive team in terms of, wow, they excite me with the passing game. They excite me with the running game. They excite me with the secondary. They excite me with the pass rush. They don't play an exciting brand of football, but they play a winning and a successful brand. But I think if they were to play the way they play as they have this past year, a team like the 49ers can just eat them up and chew them up and spit them out. Can the Ravens open up that offense, though, and keep the 49ers guessing?
They have the potential to do that, but I don't think they will. They have been relying too much on the legs of Lamar Jackson. Mm-hmm. Keaton Mitchell has, when you go back and you look over the course of the past 4-game winning streak the Ravens have, they've been doing a decent job here and there with establishing the run, but they have been relying way too much on the legs of their quarterback, and it's going to get exposed this week with the San Francisco 49ers. The 49ers are well-rounded on both sides of the ball. Probably got one of the best offenses in the league along with the Miami Dolphins. But when you look at what we've been seeing here throughout the course of this season and last season rolling into this season with this 49ers team, they're explosive on both sides of the ball. You cannot get past this San Francisco team if you're going to just rely on your quarterback to sling the rock here and then run it there on every other play. Like, you can't do that. Keaton Mitchell is going to have to step it up in ways that he did in games of the past because, I mean, looking at what he did against the Bengals, not really excited about what he did there. Looking at what he did against the Chargers, however, did a little bit better, had 64 yards. But I would say we need the Keaton Mitchell. The Keaton Mitchell who showed up against the Rams was a pretty good one there. As, you know, he showed up and he had 50-some yards as well. But the problem that we had there was Lamar Jackson had more yards than he did in that game, as opposed to in this past game when they played the Jacksonville Jaguars. Mm-hmm. Someone that Josh in the PSF chat here knows exactly how that panned out.
Yeah.
The thing that I'm concerned the most about is, even though Keaton Mitchell had 73 yards and Lamar Jackson was slinging the rock a little bit and still picked up 70-some yards for Keaton Mitchell, and then you had 97 yards rushing for Lamar Jackson, you're not going to be able to sustain that all year long, and you're definitely not going to be able to pull that off against the 49ers. I will be surprised if we see Lamar Jackson throw for 175 yards and rush for 90-plus yards, and they beat the 49ers. It's not going to happen. The only way that they are going to be able to beat the 49ers is if they establish the run and they do it with their running back, because you can establish the run early on in the first half with Lamar Jackson. But then once you get to the second half and the momentum continues to sway, the 49ers are going to hit harder because they have better talent on that defensive side. You're eventually going to expose Lamar Jackson a little bit too much. He's going to take the wrong shot, and that's going to be the end of his season. And it could be even worse than that if you keep gambling like this and letting him extend plays as often as he has. I know you're trying to get the most out of your money that you're paying Lamar Jackson. And Lamar Jackson is trying to utilize his skills at the maximum level for being a dual threat quarterback. But you have to think long term here. And if Keaton Mitchell gives you the opportunity to produce 70 to 80 to 90 yards that are still sustainable enough for you to get over the hump and get the victory, then I would say let him do his thing. But obviously, Lamar Jackson has got some things that are lingering upstairs that are making him think otherwise, because we're seeing him be the leader in rushing yards per game, and it's not working out. I just don't have high hopes when it comes to Lamar Jackson and the Ravens, basically taking their offense and keeping the 49ers guessing on defense. I just don't think it's going to happen this weekend.
Yeah. Yeah. It's because to me that the Ravens offense is too one-trick pony for my liking. And you can't be one-trick pony on offense against a team, definitely against a defense like the 49ers. Because they want to stop the run and pin their ears back and just have that defensive front four get after the QB. And as fleet of foot as Lamar Jackson is, he does not want to be him in Pinata. And the 49ers defense can render him to be that. And that's what I don't want to see for the Ravens. Now, on the other side of the coin, now I just mentioned the front four of the 49ers. They are impressive. And if I'm not mistaken, I think the last 4 years they're the team that's blitzed the least. So they get pressure with their front four almost all the time. And they're not the most dynamic aspect of this team because it actually is on offense, which you mentioned earlier in the show, Christian McCaffrey, who to me is the MVP of the 49ers and probably should get some MVP run of the NFL in general. Brock Purdy, who's going to get MVP love. Brandon Ayuk, who's going to have 1,000 yards receiving. George Kittle, he's on the outside of looking 1,000 yards. Might get there, maybe not. But to me, outside of Trent Williams, in terms of a weapon you don't really talk about on this team, is Deebo Samuel. Now, you can line him up behind center. You can line him behind center. You can line him behind the quarterback. You can spread him out wide. You can do jet sweeps. You can do reverses. You can do so many different things to diversify how you utilize Samuel to break down an opposing defense. So number 19 has to be accounted for almost all the time he's on the field. How can Deebo Samuel beat the Ravens secondary in doing so?
I feel like Deebo Samuel has a better chance of beating the Ravens secondary than Lamar Jackson and Keaton Mitchell have the opportunity to run on the 49ers defense. Now, the secondary for the Ravens, they're no slouch. Okay.
No, they're pretty good.
They're very solid, which is part of the reason why they are where they are at this point in the year. I will give the flowers as much as I give the shade when deserving. Okay. But right here, when it comes to Deebo Samuel, he has been a big weapon for Brock Purdy and this San Francisco 49ers team, even before Brock Purdy was even surfaced last year, that it's really hard to game plan for Deebo Samuel. I mean, the name itself, coming from the movie Friday, given the name Deebo, you're living up to the hype. You're not as big as the Deebo from that movie, but you play like you are, like larger than life. And I'm not trying to boost him up more than what he is. But when you look at McCaffrey and you look at Purdy, there's other pieces to that team besides those two that have been giving them the success. Of course, George Kittle has had his success big time in the past. Maybe it's quieted down a little bit over the past year or two because he has enough help around him now. He doesn't have to do everything. But then you also got Deebo Samuel and you got the defense. But now talking about Deebo Samuel and him being part of the offense going up against the Ravens secondary, it's going to be really tough for them to lock on him. I don't think they're going to be able to do it with a zone coverage like what failed the Packers this past weekend when they lost that game. So it's going to be interesting to see. I just don't think the Ravens can neutralize him enough to keep him from not going off. I don't think he's going to be like 150 yards and have Tyreek Hill type of Madden-like numbers for this game. But I think that Deebo Samuel will make enough of an impact that he's going to be the one that tips the scales for this game. It's going to be a good game, but Deebo Samuel is going to be part of the impact for the 49ers to take this win.
Mm-hmm. I agree. I think that to me, I think he is the straw, which, especially in this game, he is the straw which stirs the 49ers drink, because I think he will be able to break down all of the Ravens' defense and spread them out. And that's really what the 49ers want to do the belt most: spread the defense out and execute. So the 49ers are favored by 3.5. And in this game, 4.5, I'm sorry. And in this game, who do you take?
In this game, and I think they should be favored by more than 4.5. I definitely am going with the 49ers. Just feel like overall, between offense, defense, and special teams, this team is stronger than the Ravens. It will be an upset if the Ravens beat the 49ers this weekend, and they will have to do it in other ways than overusing Lamar Jackson in order to get this victory. If I am wrong on my prediction, it's going to have to be some other type of way that they get this win and not just all on the shoulders of Lamar Jackson. But I don't see any other way that they can do that. So that's why I'm going to go with the 49ers.
And same. I'm also going with the 49ers. I think they are the better team. This actually will make the AFC happy, because I think the Ravens can run away with the number 1 seed. And I will say this: if the Ravens win this game and Lamar Jackson shows out, more than likely you'll start hearing a lot of people say Lamar Jackson is going to win his second MVP. Start hearing that if the Ravens have a good showing and win this game in Santa Clara, and Lamar Jackson acts a fool too and has a performance that just says, wow, we've overlooked this guy all year long, but he has this as a game, you could say, okay, so he is a difference maker. Watch out for that. Well, so that takes care of all of the featured attractions. Later on, we will break down the rest of the games, but we'll have the chopping block and the snowflake of the week coming up next.
Next, the chopping block and snowflake of the week. This is Total Football Talk. Join Ryan McCarthy.
I became a Jets fan because Kermit the Frog was my favorite Muppet because he was green, and the Jets wore green. That's how I became a Jets fan.
And Dustin Henry.
ESPN is cashing all in on let's pay a few personalities and we'll just kind of fill in the gaps,
as they walk you through all of the world of sports from their perspective.
The Albany Empire, it's a literal circus.
No credentials required. Where, Ryan, say the tag.
Where you don't need a press pass to talk sports.
Every Monday at 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central. On YouTube and where you can find all podcasts. This is a BS3 Network presentation.
I want to do a TED Talk, but I don't have anything to talk about yet. I'm getting there.
Life is for the living. We're not here that long.
You can learn anything you want to learn without any money spent.
What do I really enjoy? What do I really want out of life?
I am your host, WIZE.
Are you in a life holding pattern? Well, this is for you. Welcome to the Stuck in My Mind podcast. Live every Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday at 4 p.m. Central. football, football, and more football, you say? Well, tune in to Total Football Talk. Join your hosts, Drew Willingham.
You were playing like a dumpster Pelican quarterback.
And Cole Johnson.
It sets up a possible play action. Did you hear that, Dak Prescott?
As they take you through all the paces, both on the field and in the boardroom, of Total Football Talk. Every Tuesday at
9 a.m. Eastern, 8 a.m. Central.
Exclusively on the Sertoba Media and the Comey Media Incorporated YouTube channel.
Welcome back to Total Football Talk with Drew Willingham, or D. Willie. I am Cole Johnson, and man, I really am enjoying this. Wow, 3 hours, and it doesn't feel like it. 1, 2. I've actually enjoyed myself all of these 3 hours, and there's still more to come.
Every single week, man. It just does not. Time just flies by. Just having grand old conversation, talking football.
Yeah.
And Wise made it. So I have to show him our graphic for Thursday. Wise is here. This is our graphic for Thursday at 11 o'clock. We will have nothing but shenanigans in an uncensored expletive edition of D. Willie in the Evening, episode 12.
D. Willie in the Evening, the Two Life Crew edition, this Thursday at 11:15 Eastern. Oh, Lord. Niner gang, I agree with you, sir. McCaffrey is that guy. And the fact that even now he's not getting MVP love, NFL MVP love, I find it laughable. 1,800 yards from scrimmage. I find it laughable that you're not saying, well, this guy is a difference maker. Because I think that I personally think the NFL really is trying to devalue the running back position so hard. And people drinking that Kool-Aid. Stuck in My Mind podcast, aka Wise El Jefe, aka My Mentality Brother, says hello, everyone. I'm glad you're here, man. Good afternoon to you, brother. Hope everything is good with you and your world. Everything is good in mine. And Mick says he has to be going out to work. That's why he did his picks. Thank you, Mick. And thank you for always showing us. Thank you for always showing us love, my brother. We appreciate you. And congratulations to your Seahawks again. Big time win. And they're within striking distance of a playoff spot. So we'll see what they do these last 3 weeks. But let's go. So the president, not the owner, the president of the team of the Chargers, general manager, and Brandon Staley, the head coach, got fired after the 63-21 butt whooping they took in Las Vegas. Yeah, and in fact, the brain trust of the Chargers said,
Delete!
But they preceded it by saying,
that's terrible.
And probably preceded it by saying,
what?
After their team being down 42-0 at the half. But going onward, Spanos said Monday, not to be confused with his brother Dean, who owns the team. But John Spanos had this to say about the GM and the head coaching search. Quote, I think sometimes it maybe misses that it's the misses that help you grow the most, that you can learn from the most. And I think we always have to be pushing ourselves as an ownership to get better, to be better. Close quote. Now, he declined to discuss the specifics as to why he and the owner of the team, his father, Dean, fired the two in the first place, but the decision, of course, came after that debacle Thursday night football game in Las Vegas that had Al Michaels seem even more disinterested than usual. I'm sorry, my bad. My question to you, sir, is who would want to be the head coach of the Los Angeles Chargers? Forget the GM. Forget the GM. Who would want to be head coach of this team?
Forgive me. because we are completely off the rails, just like the Chargers are right now. With having a stale head coach for quite some time, now being relieved of his duties. Now, you have a great question that you posed here, Cole Johnson. You have a great question. Who would want to be the head coach of this dumpster Pelican S team? Yeah, the second dumpster Pelican team right there. They have moved up on the chart. Not down, not to the left, not to the right. They have moved up. The Chargers, despite the record and all, in my opinion, are the second dumpster Pelican team of the NFL right now through week 15. Why? Because of that statement that you just read from their top of the front office right there. It made me want to go get some warm milk and sit by an open fire and listen to him say that again and again and again. Why? Because it's the only positivity you're going to see from this Chargers team this year. This team is completely off the rails, just like in my statements right here. Because, again, in your question, and I will reiterate it, who would want to be the head coach of this team? I know one person. One person who will be the head coach. Well, I won't say who will, but who would be willing to. He's a former defensive coordinator of the Chargers team back when they were in San Diego. A man who has been fired as a head coach one time before and is about to be fired again. That man being Ronald Eugene Rivera. That man was a defensive coordinator for the Chargers before he took the job in Carolina. Then he came to Washington, and we already know about the dumpster Pelican-like play we've seen over there in Washington. Then you get him on over there back to the Chargers. He gets to be in the big time in LA and have a great time in Hollywood, except the team's going to suck, and he'll be gone within a year. So that's the only person that I would see want to take this job in the Chargers, because it's going to be the last opportunity that he would have. Now, more than likely, everything I just said right now is hogwash. And it's not going to happen, because Ronald Eugene Rivera is more than likely done as an NFL head coach after this season, because the Chargers, 5-9, have a better record right now than the Commanders. So if the Commanders continue to get worse and the Chargers stay the same, they're not going to want to hire somebody that's going to make them go down. A lot of the stuff I just said was hogwash. If there was any one person I could think on the top of my mind right now that would actually be willing to take this job, it would be Ronald Eugene Rivera. Will he take it? Will he even be offered it? I don't think so. It's going to be somebody that does not have any NFL head coaching experience. It's going to be a coordinator for a team, maybe 49ers or another team out here that has some pretty good success this year and wants to take a gamble, because there are some certain good pieces over there for the Chargers. But the only person that I could think of off the top of my head right now that wants out of their current situation and into another end would be willing to take that risk, Ronald Eugene Rivera is my pick.
You really want him off the Commanders that bad?
Yes! Yes! I want him gone. I want him gone last year. I didn't want to see this play out the way it did. They should have let him go and given EB the chance, and then we would have had the entire year to see what was possible. But no, they kept him too long, and now he's been with the team too long to where you can't even see what EB can do with the last few games, because apparently they want to get draft capital now and have a better draft pick next year from what it seems like just on the outside looking in. So that's my case with that. But yes, I've been wanting him gone for a while.
Oh my gosh. Axes to grind, I tell you.
Hey. Who's giving them the business?
Now we are in the stretch drive of the NFL, and we're going to focus on the NFC first. Now we can talk about we already talked about the 49ers, who now own the number 1 seed, and they've won the NFC West, the only team that's actually clinched a divisional title in the NFL thus far. The Cowboys clinched a playoff spot. They're the 2 seed. The Lions, of course, we talked about them. They're the 3 seed. The Buccaneers right now, they're the number 4 seed, even though they are one of the 7 teams we'll talk about in a minute. But they hold all of the cards because they have the tiebreaker advantage over the Saints. They do play them again later on. The sliding Philadelphia Eagles, they are the number 5 seed, but they are 10-4. They still have a shot at winning the NFC East. Maybe a little less of an outside shot of winning the number 1 seed now. But it is about the Bucks, the Vikings, who are the 6th seed, the Rams, who are the 7th seed, the Seahawks, and the Saints. All of these teams have 7-7 marks. So of these 5 7-7 teams, which one in the NFC has the best chance to miss the playoffs?
I think it's the Rams, in my opinion, because the last 3 weeks they have to go against the Saints. If they can beat the Saints this weekend, then maybe I will sway from that going into the next week. But you got to end your year against the Giants and the 49ers. If you lose to the Saints based on the way they just played this past weekend, and you beat the Giants, which seems like, you can do that to Tony, don't call me Tommy DeVito, you're going to get destroyed in the last week. So if it comes down to week 18, and that's a decisive factor for you to get in the playoffs, you might as well just chalk it on up as an L, because you are definitely not going to beat the 49ers. So you can chalk it up as now, there are some other 7-7 teams in there that you could argue against. I mean, the first team that they play this weekend, the Rams do, is another 7-7 team, that being the Saints. So I have to give that a little bit of credit there too. But, the Steelers would probably be my second pick because of what's going on within the locker room there, from what Big Ben had been alluding to over his most recent discussions with Pat McAfee. But I would say those 2 teams. You could sit here and say the Broncos, but I can't even really get upset with how they lost this past Saturday night, because you played a Detroit team that's been biting off kneecaps for a good portion of this season and leading up to this season, since Man Campbell took over that team and has been leading them in the right direction. So you know it, and I know it, that you can only really pick between 2 teams. And that being the Rams, and the other one being probably the Steelers, in my opinion. As if I had to pick one from what this question states, I'm going to go with the Rams. Just basically how they played against the Commanders this past weekend. They should have beat this Commanders team by way more than 8 points. And they let them hang around and hang around and hang around till the very end. And they barely took it away from them, in my opinion. So I'm going with the Rams.
I think you picked the best of the bunch in that regard. Here's the only caveat that I have to the Rams. Now, if the 49ers have nothing to play for in week 18, because that is, of course, the game that the Rams will be playing in Santa Clara, then that might change some things. However, I agree with you. I think it is all contingent on this Thursday's game. If they can beat the Saints at home, then we might be talking. I would probably I probably am inclined to actually say the Vikings. And the reason why I say them, they have to play the Packers. It's at home. And they have to play the Lions twice. So they got two opponents in 3 games against teams that are battling for a playoff spot or divisional crown in the Lions case as much or more than they are. So they have the toughest stretch of all of them. And so I think the team that is most apt to miss the playoffs in NFC, the Vikings. I just don't see them making it out. I don't see them making it to the playoffs. Now, if they sweep them, then yes. But I don't see them beating the Lions twice, and I don't see them beating the Packers. Not at all. I just don't see them going 3-0.
Yeah,
I can see them going 2-1, but I can't see them going 3-0.
I fumbled the football on that one. I slipped up. I remembered you when sending this list and looking it over. I remember seeing 5 teams, but I only went through 4. I left out the Vikings. Like that was an error on my part. So forgive me, fans, but I'm still just gonna, because you picked the Vikings. We can't always agree on everything. I'm gonna stick with the Rams, but you have a very solid pick. Had I done just a little bit extra research, I probably would have gone the Vikings. So very solid pick for you there, sir.
Oh, thank you. But if the 49ers still have something to play for, the Rams is a really good choice too, though. But yeah.
Hey. Who's giving them the business?
Now, when you flip the coin to the other side, only one team in the AFC is clinched, and it was only a playoff spot, and they clinched Sunday night, and that would be the Ravens. They're sitting up top at 11-3. The Dolphins are 10-4. They'll clinch a playoff spot if they win this Sunday. The Chiefs will clinch the AFC West. We'll talk about that, of course, in the next segment, or the segment after next. The Jaguars are the number 4 seed. We'll talk about them in a minute. The Browns are sitting pretty at 9-5, along with the Chiefs. But it is basically the Jaguars, the Bengals, the Colts, the Texans, and the Bills. Maybe on the outside, you can mention the 7-7 Steelers and Broncos teams, but I'm also focused on on the 8-6 clubs. But you can group the Steelers and the Broncos at 7-7 along with them if you like. Which of those teams do you see definitely between the Jags, the Bengals, the Colts, the Texans, the Bills, are the ones that likely miss the playoffs?
That's definitely a good question, because there's some good teams that you have listed within these 8-6 teams, and 3 of them just happen to be in the same division. You know,
Right.
Jacksonville and them being in the same division. It's going to be a pretty tight one. Based on the amount of passing yards this man had over the past weekend, Josh Allen, this Bills team deserves to not even be in consideration for the playoffs. Even if you win out, you just automatically eliminated because you threw 94 passing yards against the Cowboys. If I could make that rule right now and it stands in the NFL, I would press that button and press it firmly and keep it going, because that's how I feel when I see 94 passing yards from Josh Allen. All of the time that we have seen him in the NFL, he's 94 passing yards for an entire game. He didn't get hurt. He didn't get benched like Samuel Duke Howell. He played the entire mother-fathering game and threw for 94 passing yards. Cole Johnson. I am appalled. And looking at this Bills schedule for the remainder of this season, you know, you got to look at the fact that they play a dumpster fire team in the Chargers. They play the dumpster fire team in the Patriots. So they can get 2 more wins, but they can get embarrassed on my birthday playing against the Dolphins. Okay. They can definitely get embarrassed. They definitely can. And it depends, like you said, with the 49ers, at that point in the season, with the very last week, if the Dolphins don't have anything to play for, then they're not going to be sending their best out there. And you might have an opportunity to win your 3rd straight game and sneak on in there if you're the Buffalo Bills. But based on the fact that they fired their coordinator this year and the turmoil within that team that's kind of set the tone for the variety of the year, I don't think that they are going to make the playoffs, in my opinion, when it comes to that team. Now, of course, the easier pick would be to go with a division that has 3 teams in it, that obviously not all 3 teams can make it, but can they? And a lot of opportunities now, when you look at how the things have shifted with the wild card since we've moved to 18 weeks and 17 games in a year, you can have 3 wild card spots, as to where the first year that we had that happen, the NFC East almost had that happen, where we had all 4 teams potentially make the playoffs. So looking at this here, you know, will that happen this year? No. But what will happen is one of these 3 teams is not going to make the playoffs. It's in the same division. And I'm going to give my affirmative pick, not the Buffalo Bills, but my affirmative pick is going to be the Uncle Rico-led Indianapolis Colts are not going to make the playoffs.
Wow. I'm surprised. Okay. I'm surprised you chose them. Okay. All right. Now, if we were to group the 7-7 teams too, which would be the Steelers and the Broncos, my choice would easily be the Steelers. But since they're not 8-6, I will exclude them. And I would say on top of it, if I would include the Broncos as the easiest of the three pathways going into the playoffs. But I think they're gonna be on the outside looking in too.
I mean, just to be honest, man, I see the Colts winning next week against the Falcons, but the last 2 weeks, I see them losing to your Texans in week 18, and I see them losing to the Raiders, who just mollywopped a team this past week, that being the Chargers, and winning by 42 points. So I have to give it to them, and it's going to be on the shoulders of your Texans team to eliminate the Colts from the playoff.
It would be hilarious though, because not that I will be laughing and then I find it funny, but I mean hilarious in terms of the situation being interesting. That you actually have the Colts in this situation needing a win and possibly qualifying for playoffs, because 2 years ago that's like what happened, and they lost both games. In week 17, it was the Raiders they had to play before they went to Jacksonville and screwed the pooch and didn't even show up against them. I would actually have to say, of all the teams that to me, all the teams, I think the Texans have the hardest road of everybody, because they have to go to Indy, obviously. The middle game, I think, is winnable, obviously, because they host the Titans. This Sunday's game is the must, because they play the Browns at home. If this was in Cleveland, I would definitely say Texans. But even though I could actually I can actually say the Colts is a good choice, and it is. And if I can just quantify and say, yeah, I think another team can also miss too. And I'm not all that enamored with the Bills, because they find ways to lose games against teams they shouldn't lose to. If I have to be completely honest, I'd actually say it's the Texans. I think they will miss the playoffs. And the reason why I say I think they'll miss is because they find ways to win games they shouldn't. They find ways to lose games they shouldn't. Hence the 30-6 L they took in the Meadowlands. I don't think this team is ready yet to compete for playoff positioning. I want them to prove me wrong. I will say this on air. I want them to prove me wrong. I don't think they're ready yet. I barely think the Colts are. Barely. I barely think the Bills have the mentality to do it. They have the experience, but I don't know if they have the mentality to do it. And the Jags, I think they will be buoyed by the fact that they had the experience of going through a playoff push and winning the division championship last year. They have the inside track of winning it now. But I actually think that it's the Texans. But I'm saying this sort of as a motivational tool. Prove me wrong, please. But I don't think I think they are the team most likely to miss the playoffs in the AFC of the 8-6 teams. But prove me wrong. I want you to prove me wrong, please. I beg you to prove me wrong, really. I want you to prove me wrong in the worst way. But I just don't think they have enough. And plus they have injuries that I think they're going to hurt them too down the stretch as well. But I want to be wrong.
Total football talk.
Wise, CJ is due to be back Sunday. He's in contention to start. But
yes,
we should know a little bit more as the week goes on. Oh, and Wise already has his snowflake of the week. Them boys. But go ahead, Drew. Who is your snowflake this week?
Hey, another great choice when it comes to picking the Whedon boys as the snowflake of the week. I cannot say it enough how much I support that message and look forward to chopping it up with our guy Wiesel Hefe this Thursday night on D Willie in the evening. As yes, I just definitely did a bing again when it comes to that situation, and I'll bring it right here. Look at that hair right there, by the way. That hair, those luscious locks. Yeah, I still got it, but you can't see it right now, but you will Thursday night. And yes, it's going away very soon. I'm very excited. Now back to the Snowflake of the Week. Snowflake of the Week. I had two people. I almost did a double down Snowflake of the Week, but it wasn't quite that bad. I had to flip a coin. I literally had to flip a coin like the clean shaved face you have here, Cole Johnson. The clean shaved face literally happened from a flip of a coin because I couldn't decide. Am I going to cut the hair now or am I going to cut the beard? Well, it was decided by the flip of a coin, just like in this decision here. When you have a quarterback who has the name Mitch Trubisky, if you switch the M to a B, okay, and the way he played in this past week with a capital B and probably a capital itch, okay, throughout that entirety of that game, he had a 68.9% passer rating, 1 touchdown, 2 interceptions, 169 yards, and a completion percentage of 69%, and the Steelers lost. But in my opinion, he is not the ultimate snowflake of the week. Do you know who I have as my ultimate snowflake of the week there, Cole Johnson? And it made me feel like I was part of the New Day for a second because I was feeling it right there in that moment. Thanks to Cole Johnson. But right here, when it comes to this moment, snowflake of the week, I have to give it to a man who couldn't even pass for 100 passing yards. A man who had a coordinator fired. A man who, yeah, even though he has had some success sprinkled here and some success sprinkled there and some success, I muted myself, some success sprinkled everywhere, you have to give it to Josh Allen. He threw for 94 passing yards, Cole Johnson. He had 1 touchdown. Congratulations. He had an 89.3 passer rating. It was better than Mitch Trubisky minus the M, capital B in front of his name because he did a better job in the completion percentage. With Josh Allen and what he did in this game, 7 of 15, 94 yards, 1 touchdown. How could you not give him the snowflake of the week? All this hype for Josh Allen being the new quarterback, the next generation, the one that's going to take you to the promised land for the Buffalo Bills. You're going to get a Super Bowl championship. You're going to go get that Lombardi championship. No, you can't do that with 94 passing yards, Cole Johnson. You cannot do that. And that's why you get this super animated promo like WWF wrestling when it comes to Josh Allen being my snowflake of the week.
We gotta pause that.
You lost me on the capital itch part. Oh my God. I was done after that. Oh my gosh. And then he wasn't even your snowflake pick. That's makes it even funnier. Oh my gosh. Well, actually, my brother Wise is on the same wavelength as I am. Not the whole team, but in my opinion, the guy who leads it, number 4, he is the guy. And yes, I could say, well, probably have to put it on that defensive front since DeMarcus Lawrence sold wolf tickets the week before, and then they gave up 266 rushing yards against the Bills. Yeah, I could do that. I'll make them an honorable mention. But Rain Dakota Prescott, you deserve this Snowflake of the Week. Why? Because, sir, people have been talking about you being an MVP candidate. And heck, you might even win the award still, although I don't think you deserve it, because I don't think you have played as well as people think, because you have made your hay against teams that you should make your hay against. And you stood out because you put the pasture, the Eagles secondary, in a wonderful performance on Sunday night, but you followed it up by 21-34, 134 yards and the interception. Didn't throw a touchdown, and interception. You always on these podiums saying that people disrespect you and people disrespect your team. People count you out. People count your team out. That people doubt you. You keep saying this almost every week, and you've been saying it for the last 7 years. You haven't said it as much this year, but you have said it, but you did say it to start the year, and it's almost a broken record with you. But the reason why you're getting this, sir, is because you, sir, are the leader on the field for the Cowboys. You deserve the crown on this one, my friend. You deserve it wholeheartedly. You deserve to wear this with pride, with distinction. And if it wasn't for the 63-21 thumping that the Chargers took, and the reason why I did not choose Brandon Staley is because he's no longer affiliated with the Chargers. Otherwise, he would be my Snowflake of the Week. But he got bounced. So you get this award, Mr. Prescott, because you are the leader of the team that we have said for countless amount of time. You are paper champions. You hear what I said, son? Paper champions. That's what you are. That's what you still are. And that's what you're still going to be, no matter if you do win out for the rest of the regular season and you finish the season 13-4 and you get 2 home games. You might not even get to the second one. Well, all I know is, sir, you, sir, you take this. And the Snowflake of the Week award that comes with it. Hold it up high and share it with your 52 teammates, because all of you need to wear it. But you, sir, are the leader of the bunch. Congratulations. You stunk up the joint.
The 2-minute drill is next. This is Total Football Talk. Hey, Eagles fan. Join my man Cool McCain and a host of others as they break down every single game, every single week in an objective manner, and also from a fan's perspective as well. Remember, this cast feels just like you. Nobody likes you. And you don't care. Fly, Eagles, fly. Eagles Elite Podcast. Every Wednesday at 8:30 p.m. Eastern on YouTube and other podcast outlets. Oh, yes. The tradition, the pageantry, the spectacle, the history, the slut. Wait. I gotta rep my brother's stuff right. All my DMV soldiers, stand up! And welcome to the Commander's Gridiron Report. You want your commanders to be repped right? Well, D. Willie is your man. Commander's Gridiron Report. Every Monday at 3:05 p.m. Eastern, 2:05 p.m. Central. Exclusively on the Sertoba Media YouTube channel. Music by J. Cool.
Where my soldiers? Right side. Commanders. Where my soldiers? Left side.
Join the transporter to Hades.
Your butt and gut becomes one.
Join the reformer of hooker whores.
This is my daughter, Placenta Booty Johnson.
Join the bronze god.
Whenever you are in distress, take off your baseball cap and throw it in the air.
Join your very own superhero of broadcasting, Chris Bass.
So whatever color crayon they get, they palm it and do 2 circles, and that translates to, I can beat up black people.
As she takes you through the week's paces in Baseline. Live every Saturday at 8 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Central, No, Pacific time zone people, just stay asleep when this is on live and just catch the recording. Oh, I'm sorry. Exclusively on the Chris Bass YouTube channel.
And down the stretch we come. Welcome back to Total Football Talk with D. Willie. I am Cole Johnson, and I agree with you. Wise. Yes. Them boys. Snowflakes of this week. Yeah, I agree with you. And not just to throw shade at them. Wise says, look, Dak and Diggs got him knocked out of his fantasy football league. Wow, that's cold, bro.
Hey, I'll throw shade with you, Wise. I have no problem throwing shade at that team with them boys because they are not playing up to the hype that we've been hearing for 3 decades.
Goodness gracious.
Delete!
Thank you so much. I hate that video. That's why whenever I click it, you see it for like 8 seconds and then poof, it's gone. Cole Johnson just did his best impersonation of me behind the controls, and I love it.
See, I learned. Time for the 2-minute drill where we break down the best of the rest. And we're breaking down week 16 set of games. And we will start in LA, SoFi Stadium. The Rams, they are hosting the Saints. Both these teams are 7-7. One team is in the playoff. If the season would end today, they're in the playoffs. The other team is not. But one team is battling for a divisional crown, and the other team definitely is not. 8:15 is the opening kick for Thursday's game. Rams are favorable 4.5. Who do you have in this one?
It's this one. I'm not going to say it's going to be like the toilet bowl game of the week, but it's not going to be the one that I would anticipate to be for a Thursday night game. I think the Saints take this game. Derek Carr, coming on back with what we saw with this past weekend. I think there's a good chance that he leads this team to a victory in this week. I have to give it to them over the Rams. I'm going with the Saints.
Okay. Let me see. So the running game of the Rams has been going pretty well. Okay, I think it's going to take. I think it's going to take a turn for they forget they have to run the ball. So yes, I'll pick the Saints too.
I mean, look at what they did. I'm sorry, Wise, but look at what they did with the Giants. And the Giants, they're not horrible defensively, but when the Saints put up the amount of points and hold them to the amount of points, I have to give the upper leg to them when the Rams just struggled in the second half against the Commanders when they were up at 1 point, 20-0.
Good point. And along with Mickey, join him and tell us in the chat, both on this live stream and in the PSF chat, who do you have in these week of games? Mickey says in this game it's the Saints. So it looks like he agrees with us both. All right.
Okay.
Saturday kick at 4:30 p.m. This game actually is going to be on NBC. So this will be the NBC game of the week between the road Bengals at 8-6 against the home Steelers at 7-7. They'll be at the Ketchup Bottle Acrisure. The Bengals are favored by 2.5 on the road. Who do you have in this one?
The Bengals are on a 2-game winning streak. I see them extending it to 3 games as, you know, Browning has definitely been finding his groove here in the backup role, doing a great job as a starting quarterback in place of one Joe Burrow, Joe Cool, modern era Joe Cool. I have to give this game to the Bengals. The Pittsburgh Steelers are, and I have said it, a dumpster fire. It is absolutely led by a series of dumpster pelicans. The Steelers are the 7th dumpster pelican in the back. You see that Hershey bar wrapper that was underneath its little toe over there? That is the owner of the team who has been doing a terrible job of leading the charge here. That being the Pittsburgh Steelers in the Roonies, I have to give this game to the one and only Cincinnati Bengals in the backup, Jake Browning, to get the job done this weekend.
Now, why are you going to throw whole tons of shade toward a family that is considered one of the best ownership groups in all of all of sports? That is cold. Oh my gosh.
I mean, they've done a good job consistently throughout time, but everybody messes up. And there's always somebody to call you out when you mess up. What are you going to do? Are you going to accept it, accept the constructive criticism, learn from it, and try to improve from it? Or are you going to curl up like a little snowflake and cry? I don't know. But that is my point right there. You take the constructive criticism, you fix it, and you move on. Or you cry about it, and you keep spinning in your tracks.
Called the group Dumpster Pelicans. All right. The Bengals have more to actually, they're more motivated to win this game too, from the standpoint of when they played in Cincy. This was the first start for Browning, and he was just getting his sea legs under him, and they lost that game 16-10. I think the offense is flowing better under him, and I think the Steelers are starting to tire. And I think that was probably the last good defensive effort that the Steelers put forth before they went home and they decided to lose to two win teams. And now they'll be back home. Now they're facing a 3-game winning streak. I think it's going to extend to 4. I think the Bengals will take it. Although I'm rooting for the Steelers to win. I need for them to win. Unfortunately, I don't think they will. The Chargers, Saturday night at 8:15, 5:15 local time. They will host the Bills, the 5-9 Chargers against the 8-6 Bills. The Bills are favored by 13.5. Oh, and Mickey picks the Steelers. The Bills are favored by almost 2 touchdowns. Who do you have in this one, sir?
Well, if my pick for the snowflake of the week can throw for more than 94 passing yards, I think the Bills can take this game. Well, if they play like they did this past weekend, we're going to see a little bit of a change, especially when we have an interim head coach now leading the pack for the LA Chargers. I still don't think that makes a difference. I think the Chargers slipped to 5-10. The Bills will improve to 9-6 with a dumpster pelican play from Josh Allen. Hopefully he learns from what he did this past week and throw more than 94 passing yards, and we can see triple digits from him once again. I still think the Bills get it done. Might not be pretty, but they'll get it done this weekend.
All right. So, yeah, Wise agrees with you. He says the Bills. He also in the game against the Steelers and Bengals, he picks the Bengals. And Mickey also picks the Bills. Obviously, I'm going along with the room. The Bills will take it. Starting with the Sunday slate now, the 1 p.m. kick, noon Central, the eliminated from the playoffs Tennessee Titans. I'm sorry, I should not be so biased. I'm sorry. The Oiler Fakers professional. The Titans at 5-9. They host the Seahawks at 7-7. The Seahawks are favored by 2.5 on the road. Who do you have?
Because I didn't get a chance to look into it before we started the show this morning, I have a question for you before I answer that.
Okay.
Is Geno Smith cleared to come back next week, or is it going to be on Drew Lock again?
He's a game time decision.
Okay.
Still.
So it doesn't matter because the Titans are going to lose. I'm going to give this one to the Seattle Seahawks. That's my pick.
I think buoyed by the performance of Locke, especially on the last drive last night, I also picked the Seahawks, and not just because I can't stand the Titans. I just think they're the better team. Same goes, of course, for the Seahawks loving Mickey. I would be surprised if he picked otherwise. And again, who all do you have? Let me see. Another Sunday 1 p.m. kick. The recently eliminated Jets at 5-9. They are hosting the Washington Commanders at 4-10. The Jets are favored by 3, and Wise picks the Seahawks as well. The Jets are favored by a field goal. Your pick, sir. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me set you up. There we go.
Let me talk to you.
This game is probably most definitely going to go down as of the week. It is going to be the dumpster fire of the week.
Oh,
no. And the results of the game, people feel like this.
Ain't nobody care. Who cares? Ain't nobody care.
No!
Acknowledge me.
Because of all the talent on both of these teams, there's going to be a lot of moves made this offseason. There's going to be a lot of
delete.
Now, when it comes to the play from both teams, the Commanders and the Jets, they both need to take this advice right here.
Stop it. Get some help.
Even Stone Cold's like, what? Absolutely. You need to get it together. Because the Commanders absolutely suck. What? I said they suck. What? Flat out suck. They are the worst team that I've watched. No, they're really not. But they still suck. What? When it comes to the Jets, they're not far behind them. What? They both suck. What? Sorry, McCoffrey. What? They suck, bro. What? Doesn't really matter who wins this game because it's going to be an ugly win regardless. I'm picking the Jets because I just don't see the Commanders winning anymore the rest of this year after getting the life removed out of them from the freaking Giants. Yes, Wise, you were right. I acknowledge you. And for that, I give Wise hell.
Acknowledge me.
I rest my case.
Yeah.
Why it says nobody cares after he picked the Jets. And also, well, I didn't see who he didn't know. But your boy Mickey picks the Commanders. Oh.
Mick has actually had a pretty good luck with picking some games this year.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, it'll be cool if they do win, but at this point, it's like Wise said, nobody cares.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't really benefit the team if they win at this point with the last 3 weeks. You know, I don't really encourage losing, but if you finish 4-13, you will have a top 5 draft pick. So,
yeah,
I am just betting that's probably what they're doing for the rest of the season. I'm picking the Jets.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. I think the Jets are going to take it too. Charlotte, North Carolina. No. The city isn't off the rails. The Panthers are. 2-12 Panthers. They host the Green Bay Packers at 6-8. The Packers are only favored by 4. The Panthers will be selling tickets for 40 cents. I'm sorry. Who do you have in this game?
Wow. I don't know if we've had tickets at 40 cents since the Great Depression. That's pretty bad. 40 cents in 2023. Get some butts in the seats. You are a terrible team. If you got to rely on 40 cents, you get some butts in the seats 2023. You are 2-12, a laughing stock of the NFL. Barely squeaked by on a win this past weekend to get to your second victory of the year. The Packers, though, embarrassed at home by Bunker Stayfield this past weekend. On the road, looking to make improvements, because if they lose one more game this year, they're going to have a losing record by the end of the season. I don't think that happens this week. I think that they get another victory and they improve to 7-8. I'm going with the Packers.
Yeah. Same thing with Mick. Wise says, I approve of tanking. Unfortunately, in this case, the Panthers will be, unfortunately, the Panthers will be tanking for the Bears. And yeah, I think the Packers will rebound and win. I don't see the Panthers winning this game. One that could be a featured attraction type of game, but it is in the 2-minute drill. The Browns at 8-6, they travel to Houston to face off against fellow 8-6 Texans. 1 p.m. kick is the start. The Texans are favored by 2.5. And you pick what team, sir?
Before I do, because again, this was as a result of the way personally, things went last weekend for me. I didn't get a chance to do much research into the Texans quarterback situation. What is going on with CJ Stroud before I answer that?
Okay, so obviously he was too concussed to play this past week. So he is eligible to start this week. But right now it's touch and go, but it's all signs are pointing to him starting.
Okay, if and I'm gonna throw a big capital in this one. If he starts, they're gonna beat the Browns. They're gonna beat the Browns. Even the Browns defense, because with Joe Flacco, I was joking about it last night. Yeah, they're 8-6, but they got to that point on 3 interceptions that he threw. Okay, in this past game. If Joe Flacco continues to turn the ball over and CJ Stroud comes back on, anything close to the momentum that he had before he went down, I see the Texans have the ability to be able to beat this Browns team, because the Texans offense currently is better than the Browns. The defenses are kind of neck and neck, because the Browns have a really good defense that have carried them to this point, but the Texans don't have a slouch of a defense either, to the point to where they don't even need J.J. Watt to come out of retirement to help them out. They are good enough. So I feel like if you have C.J. Stroud in there, he's healthy, he doesn't get hurt, he's in there the entire game, and he makes an impact, the Texans are going to win this game, and they're going to punch their ticket to the playoffs.
I agree. If Stroud plays, I think the Texans win this game. And if Keenan plays, I believe the Browns will. And all signs are pointing to Stroud playing. They're saying that he's still in protocol, but he's improving. So everything looks good in terms of his health. Wise says, imagine if Carolina wins out. You have a lot of mad Bears fans if that's the case. So I will go with the Texans on this one. I think I saw Mickey pick the Browns. Yes, he picked the Browns, which that's not a bad choice and not a bad pick actually, because if Flacco can play decent enough and defense plays the way they've been playing all year, that is not out of the realm possibility. To a 4:05 kick, the Buccaneers at 7-7. They face off against the Jaguars 8-6. Both teams lead their respective Southern divisions, and both teams are trying to fight off other teams who are tied with them in their said divisions. The Bucs are favored by 0.5 point, not 5 points, 0.5. Who do you have, sir?
Hey, Bunker Stayfield comes in there and plays at home this time the way he did in Lambeau Field this past week. Jacksonville, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to all of y'all in Duval, but you will experience this. You're probably sitting there and saying,
that's terrible.
Considering some of the things that we have seen from this team throughout the trajectory of this season. But if you've really watched this team, there's been some certain points to where they have completely. But I would say that the defense has really kept the Jaguars in contention because the other Josh Allen, the one who's actually doing great things on the gridiron and not throwing for 94 passing yards, is actually, yes, is actually making an impact for that defense. So, with all that being said, looking into this game right here, when you have the Jacksonville Jaguars taking on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, I feel like Bunker Stayfield is going to be at home. He's going to have some things to prove. And that both teams in this game with an 8-7 record, as the Buccaneers win to improve to 8-7, and the Jags fall to 8-7 as a result of this game.
Well, you will do my heart good.
Sorry, Josh.
Yeah, you will do my heart good if that's the case. And yes, sorry, Josh. You already know that I'm rooting for the Bucs, and you know why. The defense will keep the Jags in it. But if I have to be completely honest, I think the Bucs have what it takes to win it. This game was in Duval, I would pick the Jags. But since they're playing in Raymond James, I think the Bucs will take it. Of course, yes, I'll be happy that they will. But the Jags are not going to hand the game to them. I can definitely tell you that.
It's going to be close. It's going to be close, and I could be wrong. Like I could. Like it's we all have the opportunity to be wrong here. So Josh, in the PSF app, do not get upset because I could be wrong here. This could be extra fuel, extra motivation for Josh Allen on that team to take it to another level and get that victory. However, based on the way that Baker has elevated throughout this season, like, you know, I've been calling him Bunker Stayfield less and less as the season's gone on, and I know you've noticed that. 16 straight weeks now we've had this show, and I was lighting him up at the beginning of the year. The Bunker Stayfield and the promos for days, okay? But now looking at what we've seen, not just this past weekend, but the events leading up to that, I have to at least say that with Tom Brady leaving, you did get your best next option with bringing in Baker Mayfield, as he is definitely doing a great job of filling that role. Now, are they going to go do what they did in 2020 this year? No, they're not going to do that. But they can make noise and they can help eliminate other teams, such as the Jaguars, but they've got a very good defense to go against. And I will at least say this. It's going to be a very big test for Baker and the Bucs. If they get past this Jaguars team, they're going to be a team you cannot take lightly if they make it to the playoffs.
I agree with you on that. I agree in that assessment. I think the Bucs have done real well with Mayfield's improvement. Heck, that's why I awarded them this episode's grand champ, because he has put in the work, and it's obvious. And do I see them making a run like they did years before? No, I don't think they're going to win the Super Bowl. I most certainly don't think they're going to win the NFC. They don't have the as I remember someone saying, they don't have the horses, not for that, but they do have enough horses to win the NFC South, and they need to have games like this in order to bolster that claim. Mickey says Bucks, and of course our friend Josh is going to go for the Jags, but he actually picked the Bucks himself, being the objective fan that he is. And That's another reason why we love you, brother. You're objective, and I love that. And I'm not, and seriously, I'm not saying it because he's actually picking against his Jags, and it's making my ego good. I'll do the same thing with the Texans. You know that because last week I picked against them and they won. So,
yep.
So we are now at the 425 kick. Wise picks the Jags.
Yeah, and Josh also says a PSF. You got to when you're a Jags fan these days.
Oh gosh. I feel for you, brother. Look, it's been hard being a Texas fan these last 4 years, man. I know.
But just to keep it at 100, I want the Jaguars to win because I want to get back to calling him Bunker Stayfield because it makes me really happy when I can go on my promo rant and say he bunkered it up out there on the field. But he didn't do it this past weekend, so I cannot get animated and say he bunkered it up as Bunker Stayfield. For that, I have to say this that way. The Jags should win, and I will be glad to be wrong in this case. We'll see how the universe works in our favor this weekend. Give us
Stop it. Get some help.
Well played.
Thank you.
Well played.
Thank you. All right, so we have a game in Chicago between the Bears and the Cardinals. Okay, this is how we're going to do this. In fact, this game is going to be so horrendous. This is going to keep running. So the Bears at 5-9, they host the Cardinals at 3-11. The Bears are favored by 4. Kickoff is at 3:25 Central, 4:25 Eastern. I know you don't see our wonderful, handsome faces. This game is that bad. Who do you have in this one, sir?
I think I have, when it comes to probably the 3rd rated dumpster pelican in this picture right here, I think I have to say that they are not going to win the game, and that being the Arizona Cardinals. I think the Bears are going to take this game and improve to 6-9.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't really hurt them to win or lose at this point because they still, regardless, will have the number 1 overall pick next year.
Yeah.
As the Carolina Panthers will not improve enough to not give them the number 1 overall pick. And if I'm wrong, we'll see. But there's 3 weeks left, but it's a very slim chance that will not happen. The Bears need to continue to improve on what they've done this year, and it could involve with other pieces that they haven't played yet. Practice squad, second, third stringers, giving them more opportunities to get out there and play and see what they have, because they're going to have to make a lot of decisions this offseason. You do know with your defense, they're getting to the point to where they're pretty solid. I'm starting to go cross-eyed. When it comes to this right here, I have to stop it because I can't keep looking at it. It kept popping up on the screen. But when it comes to this situation right here, I have to go hit the Chicago Bears getting the win this week.
He seems getting cross-eyed. Oh Lord. Oh, that was well worth it. Okay, so I won't do it this game, but unfortunately, we have to talk about the Broncos hosting the Patriots. Ladies and gentlemen, a triple bowling shoe ugly game. So bad that NBC is not going to be televising this game, although it's in that Sunday night slot. This one is for the NFL Network. The 77 Broncos, they are hosting the 3-11 Patriots. The Broncos are only favored, though, by 5.5. Who do you have in this one?
Yeah, I'm going with the Broncos.
Mm-hmm. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. Yeah, so am I. So am I. Yeah. And this will be another.
Ain't nobody care.
for the exception of those in the Denver metropolitan area. Christmas afternoon, 1 p.m. kick, noon Central. The Chiefs at 9-5. They host the Raiders at 6-8. The Chiefs with a win will clinch the AFC West. Is that right? Wow. Well. They are right there again at where they have to always be, the champs of their wonderful week division. And they are favored by 10 in Arrowhead. Who do you have in this game that's going to kick off the Christmas slate for the NFL?
It's time to give an upset. And I haven't done that throughout the show yet. I feel like based on the way the Chiefs played this past weekend, keeping the other team in there to where they only won by 10 points, the fact that the Raiders, even though they played a dumpster Pelican team and won by 42 points, the fact that they still scored 60-plus points, I feel like we have a really good chance in a division game, keep in mind, because the Chiefs and the Raiders are in the same division, that it takes the Raiders up a notch. They got a momentum boost with that win they had this past week, okay? Then you go and you play a team that has all this hype. The Chiefs, who are the defending Super Bowl champions. A tight end who's dating T Swizzle. Okay, I got it right that time. T Swizzle. Okay, and they can shake it off all they want to, and all the hype that they are having over there at Arrowhead Stadium. I think that Antonio Pierce has already like cemented himself as a leader in that locker room and someone that's going to stay as the head coach after this season, for one. But for two, he's going to further cement that with a victory on Christmas Day against the Chiefs and make the Chiefs wait a little bit longer to punch that stamp into the playoffs.
I want to believe that. I do. If this game was in Las Vegas, I would give the Raiders a better chance of winning. But even then, I would still pick the Chiefs. This is an Arrowhead, and the Raiders are just horrible in Arrowhead. It's unfortunate. and I also would love for your pick to come true, because I really would love to see the AFC West be straight up a dumpster Pelican division where a team just barely climbs in and wins it. But unfortunately, the Chiefs are the best team in that division. Even as bad as that offense, as inconsistent as that offense has been, it's the Chiefs. And then finally, we have the Giants at 5-9 on 4:30 Monday afternoon, Christmas afternoon, traveling 105 miles southwest to South Philly to play the 10-4 Eagles. One of two games they will play to end the season. 10.5-point favorites are the Eagles. Who do you have in this game, sir?
Ain't nobody care. Who cares? Ain't nobody care.
Especially after the way they lost last night, I don't think anybody really truly cares who wins this game, because it is a divisional game. You got the Giants and the Eagles. Right now, when you look at the overall standings for the NFC East, and you see who is at the top of the leaderboard, it's a tie, 10-4. You got Cowboys and Eagles, but the Eagles are on a 3-game losing streak. They are not playing up to the level and up to the par that they had set themselves at by going to the Super Bowl last year there, Cole Johnson. That's true. Even though that nobody cares, and somebody is probably going to say this even though we haven't clicked this button the entirety of this episode.
Hell to the no, to the no, 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 no. Hell no, to the no.
We'll probably get one of those for what my take is about to be. But what I will say is I think that the Eagles will snap their winless streak, the 3 straight games. They're going to beat the Giants. I'm sorry, Wise El Jefe. But unfortunately, the Tommy, don't call me Tony, Tony, don't call me Tommy, whatever you want to call him, saga ends this weekend.
Wow.
And the Eagles get back to their winning ways to try to punch their ticket to the playoffs.
Why are you disrespecting Tommy DeVito like that? Tommy don't
Call
call
it,
me,
man.
Tony don't call me Tommy. Oh, and Al High, who's a good friend of mine, he is a Chiefs fan and he lives in the area. He says Chiefs lose on Christmas Day, laughing his butt off, crying. He says Chiefs have been inconsistent and they will win the division. I can't argue with that because I agree with you, bro. The Chiefs has been inconsistent, but they're the best team in the AFC West. They were going to sew up the division Christmas Day, and we'll probably be seeing a whole host of celebrating the Christmas Day 1971 game, the longest game ever played. The Chiefs, of course, hosting the Dolphins in the, I think, last ever game in the Memorial Stadium in KC before the new then Arrowhead Stadium was going to be built. And now they have played in it for 50 years and they'll be clinching it in Arrowhead. So yeah, and in the Eagles, if they lose against the Giants, they're in the playoffs. They deserve to lose to the Bucks, the Saints, or the Falcons, whoever comes out of the NFC South. They deserve to lose to them because they should not lose at all either game to the Giants. Oh my goodness.
I just feel like I have to give the Raiders a little bit of flowers here because what they've been able to pull off since the firing of Josh McDummy, okay? And all the things that we saw that surfaced around that team before that happened. AP deserves his flowers, deserves to be the head coach beyond this season, and I feel like he proves it this week. And let's just say that I am wrong about this pick. I don't think the Chiefs are going to decimate the Raiders. They're not going to go in, even though it is at home, they're not going to blow them out in a 30-point victory, okay? If they do win, it's going to be close. But I just feel like with the momentum that's on the Raiders side, they're not trying to make a run, but they're trying to build something positive so that way it can roll over into the next season.
Oh, Al likes your Josh McDummy. And thank you, brother. I appreciate that. And I understand what you're saying. I just look, the Raiders are better under Antonio Pierce. I think all of us could agree with there. I don't think any of us can dispute that at all. They are a much better team under Antonio Pierce than they ever were under Josh McDaniels. But the Chiefs just have too much for the Raiders. And I like I said, I want to jump on that. But nah. I think the Chiefs were clinched on Christmas afternoon.
Total football talk.
As long as it's one.
And now it's time for the post game. This is where we wrap things up and give our final takes on the week that was. And so since we are at the end of this episode and almost at the end of the season, for his week 15 thoughts, here's Drew.
I love the show, first of all. I mean, thank you guys for keeping those comments flowing throughout the chat here on the platforms that we're on: YouTube, LinkedIn, Twitch, X, Twitter, whatever you want to call it. And of course, as always, the PSF app definitely makes this time that goes by, which we usually predict to be 3 hours, go much longer, and we don't even realize it. Like, we naturally flowed into a 4-hour show today. I think it's like the second time we've done that. It's definitely fun each and every time we do it, and I'm just glad that today I'm off from work because I'm on vacation this week, and to be able to enjoy the fruits of the labor and be able to enjoy the extra time I get to have with my brother here, Cole Johnson. We talked a lot of football in this show, and generally with our final word, I'll kind of go and just kind of recap some things that we talked about, but within this 4-hour span with what you guys said in the comments and everything that happened naturally throughout the show. There's nothing else I really have to add except for I'm excited for this holiday football to see this weekend on Sunday. I'm excited to see what happens on Christmas Day. I'll even be more excited. Well, I'm not kind of excited to go back to work. I get paid pretty decent on Christmas Day, but I'll get to watch football while I'm there too. So it's a win-win.
Nice.
I got to work, but I'll have football and it'll be okay. But the important thing is that everybody with the holiday season here, be safe out there in these streets. Honestly, I say it at the end of all my productions, but seriously, it is that time of year. Do as much as you can, spend as much time with the people that you care about the most, and give back in any way you can. And that's what we try to do here with this show right here, with Total Football Talk. Bring you the energy, bring you the passion, bring you the fun. And I definitely do that with Cole Johnson on Tuesdays, and I had a great time today doing it. Look forward to next week as we bring you the Week 16 coverage for next week, but Week 15, plus the recap of that, plus the preview of Week 16 was definitely a fun day doing that. Can't wait till next week and beyond, as we got a lot more football to cover beyond this week.
Yes, we do, and thank you so much. I appreciate the time that I spent with you. This is not seeming like 4 hours. It really felt like a wonderful time just to talk things that we are passionate about, and it's great to actually talk with someone who's very knowledgeable about what I'm knowledgeable about as well. It makes it even better. So thank you for that. Now, normally I'm serious for the most part on this show because I want to have my partner shine, and he has a very bombastic personality, and as you can see, he has many takes, and I affectionately call him the Sam Kinison of our podcast crew. Because he can be calm, and he can be funny, and then he can just scream like this at a drop of a hat. Which I've always had a love. I always loved Sam Kinison. I still do. But I'm going to take a bit of a curve here because, as you all were well aware, this past Sunday, my team, the Houston Texans, they played the Tennessee Titans. Now, normally, just on its face, it's time for me to root against the Titans simply because, well, they were the Houston Oilers. They no longer are that. And just from that alone, I get to root hard against them. But then they had to twist the knife, and the Titans had to don the Columbia blue, the white pants, and the Columbia blue socks with the white helmet with the blue oil derrick with the red trim around it. Yes, the traditional Houston Oilers look. They had to wear that, and they had to sport it against the Texans this past Sunday. And I had a clown who said, "What is better than seeing the Texans get whooped by the Titans wearing Houston Oilers gear?" And I actually said to him, quite simply and quite bluntly, quote, "What's better is when the Texans beat the Titans, and then they could take those uniforms and shove them straight up their anuses." Close quote. Yeah. And so, of course, the 13-0 lead that the Titans had in the Oilers clad uniforms ended up being a 1916. I said 1916. And so I come to you passionately, loving the events that took place in Nashville this past Sunday, because the fakers decided to trot those uniforms out to tug at the heartstrings of those who followed the Oilers like I did, and hopes that the old Oilers luck would rub off, and the old Oilers luck did, because the Oilers didn't possess much luck. I was so happy that we had the Oilers, we had the Titans be like the Oilers of the past and look promising 1 minute, but at the end look absolute dud-like. And it was just beautiful to see the Titans don those uniforms and lose. It was great. It was great to see all the alums basically say,
I think I got my swagger back. Oh.
But they did not. And now, because of it, their season is so you Oiler fakers can take this season and you can take those Oiler uniforms and you can stick it. Oh, and you could read behind me. As for the 2023 season, bye-bye, Oiler fakers. Can't stand the Titans.
As long as it's one. It's great. I love it. I hope it actually is recording. Listening to it.
Got to follow up with that one, because this is 2 days in a row you've brought greatness to the airwaves when it comes to the Oiler fakers. Because you did the same thing on Snowman in the Morning yesterday. You bring that same greatness to our show today. And I love it. I absolutely love it. Now, even though they are the Oiler fakers, I still love those old school uniforms.
I love the uniforms. I love them. Yes.
But you just hate seeing imposters wear them.
Thank you.
Is basically what's happening out here on these gridirons. So you think about teams that have relocated. I'll end us with this.
Okay.
Think about teams that have relocated. You go from Baltimore to Indianapolis. They eventually got a championship. Baltimore eventually got a team back, came from Cleveland, and they got a championship. But Houston loses the Oilers. They go to Tennessee. Yeah, Tennessee got to a Super Bowl, but they still lost the 1 yard line, which is really a great story when you think about so close, but yet so far when it comes to these fakers out here in these streets. And then Houston eventually gets another team, the Texans, your team, who at this point in this entire franchise's history, this current team, maybe not this season, but in the future, has the best opportunity to have an appearance in the Super Bowl and do something with it to kind of overcome all of the BS that they had gone through in the past. Now, I even love the way that you even threw the anuses out there. Like, that was perfectly implanted in there. Like, some things are implanted up some people's you-know-whats, okay? Because they cannot see the light of day to see how bad it is out there, when they really just need to change up a few things and they'll be right in the mix. But the Titans haven't learned yet, and they still look like Jeff Fisher. Coach the team! So if it were me, I would just blow the whole thing up, change it up, and make it work. But it looks like the Houston Texans are going to get to the Super Bowl before the Tennessee Titans, and you could put that in your pipe and you can mother-fathering smoke it.
I knew that was the reason why I love this man. Yes. Yes, I'm Cole Johnson. I approve this message. Yes, I most certainly do.
There's so many outtakes we could take from this episode. I might have to find some time on this week off to really make a bunch of shorts and some videos that I usually don't have time to do, because this episode was absolutely electric today.
It was. And thanks to you guys at the PSF app. Thank you guys in the Sertoba Media YouTube chat and the Coleman Media YouTube chat. You all were absolutely wonderful. Thank you guys so very much. If you want to find Drew, you can find him on these social media apps: Sertoba_media at X, Sertoba_media on Instagram, _Sertoba on TikTok, and other places as well. And then you can find me at flowcode.com/page/host Cole Johnson. That's flowcode.com/page/host /host Cole Johnson.
I really need to get on that. I've been saying this for 16 straight weeks. I need to get on that. There's no excuse after this week. When we come back next week, because I have time to figure this out this week, I'm going to have a flow code and make it easier on all of you. Okay? So that is my special announcement today. I'm going to stop saying I need to get on that. I'm going to get on it this week. I promise.
Oh, I love it. Even when I end the show, he gives me a laugh. I love it. I love him. Oh gosh, thank you guys for liking, for sharing, for commenting, even for subscribing and hitting that notification bell so you can catch all the content that comes from the Saratoga Media YouTube channel or the Comey Media YouTube channel. And yes, pay attention to D Will in the evening this Thursday, 11:15 Eastern, 10:15 Central, where my other brother, my mentality brother, Wise Levitt, will join him and wear earmuffs. I'll just say that. Wear earmuffs. But Drew Willingham and Cole Johnson here to say, imparting as we always do. In life, just like a tackle, keep your head up. And always remember, you got to play until the whistle blows.
And to stay safe out here in these streets.
So long, everybody.